Emily. It's me, Raven. Let's get started tonight. I spilled waters again. It's officially a thing where I need to rejig my desk setup probably. The hazard is too real. I need to make a different plan. It keeps happening. Hello, Devon. Nice numbers. Got most of them pretty good. Alan and Bill, hello. Go ahead and lurk. Yes. Thank you. This is gonna be very annoying. Yeah. Well, we're gonna do some SCP reading tonight, as I have said in my little description. And the plan there, I have one that was requested a little while ago, and it has some trigger warnings on it, and it seems to be quite long, so I'm wondering if we'll even get to a second story with it. Let's get that out of there. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna move the mouse pad. So we might not get to many more, but I'm sure we'll get to lots of SCPs. We've got a bunch more recommended in our story sharing channel on the Discord, so I'm excited. We'll have lots and lots to do. Yeah. Remember all my origami papers here too, so I gotta carefully move all of them out of the danger of the wet mouse pad. Okay. So we'll have lots of stories coming up. We have a big long list. I'm excited. We've got lots to read. Hold on. Boop. I was floating. Oh no. But okay. So yeah, tonight we've just got the handful prepared, but the one of them's very long, and it has some hefty trigger warnings, so we'll have to go through those. I have the general content label for Twitch, and I have my little trigger warning on the screen. But the specific ones for this story are still going to be significant for them. So we're going to go through those in a minute. But otherwise, hi. Hello. I hope everyone's day has been good and everyone's night is going well. Alright. Let's get that organized. Reorganized. Ugh, chaos. Okay. So the SCP I had ready is a eulogy in 11 out of 8 or 11/8 time. And it comes with trigger warnings are being a little bit slow. Everything's taking its time to load. The trigger warnings for these are suicide, witnessed, contemplated, and committed. Homophobia, transphobia, self-image issues, gore, and themes of abuse. So this is a very hefty one, and I'm going to... I feel like I should add a secondary trigger warning. This one is so long that I feel like people will come in midway through repeatedly, so we're going to add a little extra trigger warning. We're going to add an extra bubble, is what we'll do. So we'll add an extra text into this. And it'll just say stuff we've prepared right here. Hello, Gary-san. while I'm prepping this trigger warning. Ooh, scissor snaps. Nice. I feel like the good thing about this very long story is that it has sections, so we'll be able to interrupt easily with our we'll be able to interrupt easily with our fun triggers, but do I want to? I'm taking a long time to start to get into story. I feel like I should jump into story. Unless it really is just the scissors that have been redeemed. But okay, let's get this. Goodness. I don't even remember. Oh, okay, well, let's check this. What is this? What? Looks like there's two. I'll get rid of that later. I don't know. Hey, welcome to Raven Doesn't Know What She's Doing. Glad you're here. What's going on is I'm adding a trigger warning specific for this story because it's going to be quite long from what I can see. And I want to make sure that we are all... Oh, that we are all going to be safe and cozy. And so I want this to be more specific just because this one's, you know, it's these big stuffs. And it's also so long that... oh, that's what that one was. I clicked the wrong thing again. Okay. You can't even see that anymore, though. I just wanted to be here so that we can keep up with that. So many people, I bet, you know, will not be here from the start. So will not have heard my little quick... Oh my gosh, that's way too big. How is that so big? Jesus. Where? How do I make it small? There it is. Maybe. Even smaller. Okay. So I will replace this one with that one. Oh my gosh. Sorry it's taking me so long. I don't know what I'm doing half the time. But in the meantime, I hope everybody's had a good day and we're just going well. Is brain bread? Not really that brain is bread. That brain is never always so great at the techie stuff and wanted to do this for the people so that everybody is good and safe and comfy. So we're doing that. Ah! Yeah, sure, that'll be good. I think that'll be good for us. So we have talked it through, but that is what we have for our... Maybe slightly more visual. Okay, that is our trigger warning for this particular story as we jump into it. Just because it is going to be so long that people will interrupt and they will need to know that this is where that is headed because, yeah. In the meantime, let's get the title up because Raven's so slow about everything. Okay. It is a eulogy in 11 out of 8. 11/8 time. So here we go. This was dropped in our Discord story sharing as all of our SCPs are. So feel free to drop those there. I will be getting to as many of them as I can, but now that we have a very big list of SCPs, I don't know if I'll get to them all within our Spooktober, but I will get to them eventually for certain. And we'll do scissor snips at the first break. So it opens with the best day of Sarah Yarkoni's life was the day when she finally grew a pair and hung herself from a ceiling fan. Very dark. We are immediately very dark. And then everything is blank. It's a very long blank. And at the very bottom is a link that says, as if it would be that easy. And when you have clicked it, it says, book burnt track listing with a guitar clip art kind of fading into each of the tracks. So each piece of the story is like the different tracks on the CD. So that's what we'll be reading. You've been warned, it will be those kinds of very heavy. Brace yourselves. But here we go. Track 1. On the brink of stable. Now, the worst day of Sarah's life had to be that first and last day working at White Lice. It was an internship thing to waste the summer between her first and second year at Yale. Her parents were so happy when they heard she got the position. Most proactive thing she'd done in her life. She had a bit of a knack for web design anyways, and it's not like they need interns to do any real software engineering. She waited in the elevator along with 3 other interns, presumably. They were all dressed in button-ups and slacks. The usual Manhattan casual dress attire. No one spoke a word as they waited for the doors to open to the 23rd floor. The walls of the office proper were just panes of glass. Sarah could see the construction of what would eventually be the new World Trade Center building in the next lot over. Oh, goodness. So that's referenced here, too. Oh, boy. Okay. Moving on. Sorry. Okay. The next slide over. Brain. Sarah was old enough to remember 9/11. Wait, what then? Okay. Sarah was old enough to remember 9/11 and all the fear that came afterwards. A lot of fucked up things happened as a result. But there was a glimmer of pride that glowed inside her when she thought about how all these people got back on their feet and thought, let's build it again. The small pack of interns stumbled confusedly out of the elevator like babies from a womb. Hello there, you're all here for orientation, a woman called from their left. Come over this way, we got some presentations before we dive into everything. She had that presenter cadence to her voice that meshed with third-grade teacher calling students in from recess tune that instantly made Sarah hate her. I don't think I gave that voice very much that tone, but I'll try next time. But Sarah was too shy at that age to let it show, still trying to play the role of a good girl to get through life. The woman showed the interns through a hallway where they could see where they would perform cheap labor for the next few months. Hi, Edward. Or Andy Edward Odman. I just picked one of the names. I don't know why. Anyway. For the next few months. Employees sat at rows and rows of cubicles, head down, giving themselves carpal tunnel syndrome. Truly living the American dream. Apparently this is what Anna's parents wanted for her and Anna. This is what Sarah's parents want for her and Anna. my brain. Anyway, something stable, something predictable, something bland. But hey, don't knock it until you try it, right? Sarah sat smack in the middle of the conference room they were using for orientation. Sitting too far in the back would have made her look like she was hiding, and too far forward would make her stick out as a kiss ass. The middle was good, though. Much easier to blend into. 10 minutes later, the room had properly filled with interns, and the woman who had guided Sarah inside took the podium. Hello, everyone, and welcome to your first day here at White Lice. As you know, we're a loan management company largely focused on financing new homeowners. We work out of this floor and the one above us. The rest of the speech faded into just noise for Sarah. The woman's rhythm was far too regular, like the most boring backing vocals Sarah had ever heard. But they still wrought of rhythm, and she couldn't help but tap her foot along. She wanted to go back home and play a few riffs on her guitar, or do literally anything else. She almost prayed for something to cut this meeting off. In the next days to come, she would occasionally lapse into blaming herself for what came next. And then all caps it says, crash. The entire conference room watched as shattered glass rained from the next floor up, and in the middle of it all was a man whose shoulder was quite thoroughly stuck with shards, like a meaty pincushion. I feel like general violence could have also been added to this trigger warning. Anyway, he fell in slow motion. Sarah could swear they locked eyes, hers wide in surprise, his wide and manic. And in his expression, Sarah could tell the man had done this on purpose. Ooh. The orientation meeting was quickly called to a close, and the interns sent home for the day. Between the following onslaught of lawsuits and the ravaging financial crisis, yay, 2007, in brackets, White Lice thought it wise to just discontinue their internship program for that year. Sarah's mental health up until that point was never in great condition, but watching someone throw themselves from the 24th floor of a building set off a switch in her. Just this epiphany that life only lasts as long as you want it to. It's the sort of thing that's obvious when you say it out loud, but that day crystallized the notion in her head. When the world went quiet and she was alone with the bad thoughts, occasionally that man's voice, at least she assumed it was his, would whisper from the recesses, "You could just jump if you wanted to." And that's the end of track 1. And I want to say that's a very, very violent way of thinking about that. Please don't think like that. I'm not prepared to say a better way to go about that. Give Raven half a second. Life does not last as long as you want it to. Even though they said only in there, it can be cut short at any time when things are going well. Do not consider the ending sooner, because it could go very well, and then you would have wished that it had not ended so soon. Also, at the same time, all feelings are valid to be feeling. It's just, I cannot condone. No. I'm hoping that the rest of this story eventually comes around to, saying good things about this. We'll see. But with that, I said that I would, at the next break, do the first trigger, because we had scissor snips redeemed already from Gary. So I will jump onto that, and we'll go on to the next stuff. This is going to be a very heavy story, so I lots of the breaks, lots of the redeems in between. Let's get this. Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah. Here. If you've got any other redeems, we're doing those now. So here's scissors. with the scissors. And no one else has redeemed anything, but I made it a break, so I'm gonna do another one. Okay. There you go with those tappies. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna move into the... Move into the next track. Hi, everyone! It goes okay, but this story is very dark. We're going to... I have a feeling we're going to be dealing with way more than just those trigger warnings that have been given to me. It feels like a lot. Anyway, but we're bouncing into track 2, the next section of the story. So I feel a lot of the weight. It's going to be a very heavy story. There you go. There we go. Otherwise, we are doing pretty good. Pretty good. Alright. Track 2 is labeled Friends You Shouldn't Keep Are the Hardest to Get Rid of. We can also consider one of the many nights the crew spent drinking together for the worst day ever. The shed Bradley purchased as a makeshift studio for the band was quite nice in the fall. Sure, it didn't have heating or air conditioning, but its walls were sturdy enough to block out the wind, and that's 90% of what makes the weather suck in backdoor Soho. That and the way the sky is always cloudy. Sarah would look up and see the buildings rising so high above her into a blanket of gray and realize how she was to the ground. And realize how low she was to the ground. There you go. How much world there was out there and how high everyone else could climb. And then the rain would start falling and she'd wished she brought her umbrella. So, in the evenings, House of Spades would just lounge about the shed like they owned the place and raid the mini fridge they installed if someone happened to buy a six-pack. Unfortunately for Sarah, she rarely liked the beer selection and forgot to bring joints tonight, so she had to navigate conversation entirely sober, which makes her no more graceful and removed half of her good excuses for saying dumb shit. "The fuck you mean you tune into my cam shows?" Sarah shouted. Veronica's mention of it was so offhand that Sarah almost didn't notice. But then her brain cells chugged a little longer and the words registered properly, and she could not just let that go. The sudden outburst made Izzy nearly spit her drink, which would have been a waste of $3, and even made Jack double take. Okay, and now we're doing this moment. Okay. What? You're sexy. It's not something to be embarrassed about, Veronica shot back. She was not expecting such a rebuttal. But also, in fairness to Sarah, she wasn't embarrassed. Everyone here had seen her naked and probably mid-coitus on multiple occasions. It's just the premise that there was someone she knew out there behind the screen mingling with all the greaseballs she presumed made up most of her audience. Mrs. Exhibitionist wants to keep her clothes on for the band, Izzy teased. She had front row tickets to knowing that wasn't the case. Jack smirked at that, but then collapsed back into his arms. But he collapsed back into his own arms? What? Okay. It's just, Sarah fumbled for a smooth recovery. If you want to see me without a top, you can just ask. Nailed it. Veronica crossed her arms and shot Sarah a sinister smile. You sure you don't want to put some qualifications on that? What does it matter? I already fuck around with tentacles. Not a lot harder I can go from there. Well, okay. Yeah, there's a lot that these trigger warnings didn't cover about what this story is about to have. Okay. Sarah laughed at her own joke, but when she stopped, she realized that she was the only one. No one laughed at it. Okay. Jack was completely conked out. He had just snarked. What do you mean he's already conked out? Veronica hid a small knowing smile, but nothing more. And then there was Izzy, arguably the most important audience member for this specific joke, dead silent. It's not like Izzy was ever super self-conscious about her condition. Hell, she even made those jokes with Sarah when they were alone. It wasn't like some taboo had been crossed. It's just like, there are some jokes that you don't get to make when you're around your friends and far too sober. Because that means that you thought through every word and decided, yeah, I get to say this now. It implies, yeah, I sort of mean this. It's the most true kind of thing you can ever say because you thought it was so normal you didn't even hesitate. It was a small thing. Sarah and Izzy had hundreds of bigger emotional crashes over the years. But even well after their engagement, this day crept up on Sarah to fill her with this intense urge to apologize to her fiancé once again. This writing has me mildly confused on where we are, but I think that's half the game. I don't know what's going on. Track 3 is in a different language, a different alphabet, so I cannot read it. But track 3, here we go. Oh. And there was also every time Sarah saw Bijan after they broke up. Yeah, those are good options too. There was the first time just outside the embassy. It was like less than a week after the breakup, and Sarah was doing that thing where she just let her feet take her somewhere without asking too many questions. Unfortunately, her feet weren't over Bijan either, so they autopiloted her to the worst architectural mistake to ever grace backdoor Soho. By the time she realized what situation she stumbled into, it was too late and she already got an eye full of Bijan exiting the embassy. Unlike their first meeting, Sarah was far enough from the building that she didn't run the man over, but just for good measure, she ducked into an alleyway. So I guess when they first met, she fully ran physically into them, but okay. Fuck, she cursed to herself, with her back pressed up against the wall. Her heart was pounding so hard it hurt. And then there's a line, and it picks up at, the second time was mid-performance. Hi, DJ! The band had been on a dry stint for about a few months. That feels very stumbly. Is it about or is it a few? When they had finally got a gig over in Brooklyn. Everyone crammed into Veronica's car, and Jack and Izzy had to stick their appendages... Why you gotta say it like that? Their appendages out the side to keep the drum set from careening into ongoing traffic. Just say arms. What? But they managed to make it to the venue. Sarah had grown used to seeing crowds filled with wizards and cybernetically enhanced cat boys, so walking into this little hole in the wall without a single sign of magic gave her a miniature culture shock. Are we saying real magic is... what? Okay. Like, she knew that baseline New York was out there. She just forgot that sometimes it wanted to listen to her music. Sarah was able to distract herself from how freakishly normal her audience was because all the leftover vape and blunt smoke formed a nice blanket over the audience, so the band could only see silhouettes through the fog. As the set wore on, the audience either ran out of joints or were so enthralled in the music that they forgot to keep taking hits. The room felt electric. Sarah thought that they must have really been on fire that night. A performance for the ages. Although part of her remains unconvinced to this day that Izzy didn't cast a literal spell over the audience. Very rare you can get away with that in Soho without being called out. Okay, so are we saying that magic is real in this story or not? This felt very literal and... oh gosh, I'm so confused. Hello. But all of that intense concentration meant that there were no new pollutants filling the air. The normalcy of all these faces became more and more apparent by the minute. Sarah used to play for crowds like these all the time. She had those recitals when she was a kid. And when the few gigs she got in college. And then the few gigs she got in college. ... Except he wasn't in any of those crowds. That Persian face snapped her back to the present. Because she wasn't a kid anymore. With all those dreams ahead of her. Or a college student in the throes of being a dumbass who could claim she didn't know any better. She was nearly 30. 30, fuck, that's old. Then the dumb kid part of her brain kicked into overdrive. Well, what are we going to do about it? We're still in our 20s. Let's do something stupid. And so she ditched her guitar in the middle of the set and darted from the stage. She didn't look back to see how the rest of the band handled it. They would tell her later, between her gasping apologies, that they played it off real cool. In reality, they did not. They just sort of awkwardly finished out the song and then moved on to one where Jack could take over on the vocals. But none of that was important right now. The only thing that was important was chasing down the man who came all the way out to fucking Brooklyn to see her play. She worked her way around the edge of the crowd, trying not to draw too much attention to herself. Of course, that was a futile prospect. She literally just left the stage. But an effort was made nonetheless. Then she dived into the crowd, analyzing faces, surveying for Bijan. But he was gone. Or maybe he was never there. It was hard to tell. A few paragraphs ago it said that his face wasn't there, though. Wait, huh? Oh, except he wasn't in any of those crowds, and his face, the Persian face, snapped her back to the present, so he was there now, I guess. Oh my gosh. The door swung open in the back. A cold gust of wind washed over the crowd. Sarah felt nauseously sober. And then a line, and it picks back up at... which brings us to the third time. How does the saying go? Third time's the charm? Good things come in threes? Well, none of those apply here. She was at the JFK airport to pick up Anna. She had made a trip to see some of the extended family in Iran, and while Sarah couldn't drive, she thought it would be nice for Anna to see a familiar face after touching down again in the States. Sarah was kind of proud of her sister for heading out that way. Anna really had gotten a nice tour of the world. In addition to the flight to Iran, she's gotten a full train tour of Europe, a road trip through the national parks in the western U.S., and hiking down in Peru. Like, the whole 9 yards. And then Sarah was just there, in the Big Apple, like always. Sarah had set up shop, plucking away at her guitar near the baggage claim. It was the best she could do to stay awake. Anna was getting in on a red-eye, and Sarah barely slept the night prior. Every few minutes, a new glut of travelers would spill out of the escalators and scatter among the carousels. Sarah would scan their faces for familiarity, and when none caught her attention, she would go back to strumming. A new batch arrived, this time with distinctly Persian faces. Sarah perked up and started scanning. Not Anna, not Anna, not Anna, not Anna. Wait. That was Bijan, right? Yeah, that was, totally Bijan. Sarah slung her guitar across her back. No hiding like at the embassy and no hesitating like at the gig. She made a beeline for him this time, but didn't run to draw attention to herself. He wasn't getting away. She just wanted to talk was all. Just get lunch was all. Just get back into his life just a little bit. She felt like a bit like a ninja, dipping in between passengers, hiding herself so she could get closer and closer, until she was within arm's length of Bijan. She tapped him on the back. He stopped and turned around, but before Bijan had time to react, Sarah sprung in a full-blown hug. "Long time, big guy," she said. Was she coming on strong? Yes, most certainly. But coming on strong was sort of her thing. "It's been a minute. Want to get lunch?" "I don't..." "You don't know? Oh, come on. I'm not asking to fuck right away. Just lunch." "Wait. Fuck? What are you talking about?" Bijan pushed her away. "What the hell was that for?" Sarah barked back. "I don't know you." Ooh. "Look, I know the breakup wasn't great, but you definitely remember me." Sarah's eyelids felt heavy. She let them fall, but then lifted them up again, but the blink was all it took for Bijan's face to morph. Then she blinked again, and a few more times, and Bijan was no longer there. What? Why are you..." "Never mind, just don't follow me." Sarah couldn't decide if the look she got was fear or disdain, but she felt like she needed to jump down a pothole right away. Full-on delusional. That's one the psychiatrist might actually have to hear about. And it managed to get even worse. Anna ran over and waved her hand in front of Sarah's face. Get even worse. Did I say it? My brain. And it managed to get even worse. "Sarah, you okay?" Anna ran over and waved her hand in front of Sarah's face. "You good?" Yeah, just a mistake. Some similar faces or something. That looked like there was a bit more to unpack there than just mistaken identity." "You're not my psychiatrist." "Geez, sorry, I only wanted to help." "You know how you could help? You could carry me back to my apartment." Anna laughed, but Sarah really meant that. "Sorry, I stumbled at that end." But that's the end of track 3. Track 4 is To My Psychiatrist. I think I'll read that and we'll do another break. This one's a little hazy. Hard to see through all the smoke. 4 months. In quotes there. Wait, really? And again in quotes. It wasn't often that Veronica and Sarah hung out together, just the two of them. If Veronica was there, then usually Jack was too. And it was for band stuff. If Sarah was there, Izzy was probably around. It's just so damn expensive. Fucking NYC standard of living my ass. Yeah, but I thought the checkups were helping? Not more helpful than paying rent. Of course, Sarah and Veronica liked being around each other. They probably listed each other in their dream blunt rotations. It's just that, sometimes it's hard to find one-on-one time even with the people you care about. I guess it isn't... Besides, if I went back now, I'd probably have to pay for the 2 other sessions I said I'd pay for later. Jesus Christ, Sarah. She's too nice to sick debt collectors on me. Veronica took another deep hit. Well, if you still need to vent, I'm here. Yeah, but you're high. Doesn't make me any less qualified. Veronica handed Sarah back her joint. I don't know. Don't want to dump all my shit on you. Don't think I'm up to handle it? No, Sarah inhaled, let the smoke expand in her mouth, and then blew back through the filter. All right. How about we trade shit to dump on each other? That work better? Fine. Sarah took another hit. I think Izzy keeps hanging around me out of pity. What? Look at me. I can barely put my shoes on, and I have the self-control of a toddler. I surprise myself every time a bartender doesn't try to card me. You and I both know Izzy doesn't really do the pity thing. But what if she does, like, just for me? Have you tried talking to her about it? Fuck no, how the fuck am I supposed to bring that up? Have you tried Isabella Kawajiri? Sorry. Isabella Kawajiri. I want you to never leave my pathetic sight. Will you be my wife? Sarah let out a cackle. Ooh, that's rich. You're somehow worse than I am. Worth a shot. Maybe. Now your turn. Okay, I think Jack is keeping a clone of my soul somewhere. Sarah nearly choked on her blunt smoke. What? It's squid magic or something, I don't know. Just sometimes after sex, I catch him, like, plucking hairs off me and shit, and he talks about how he still can't find compatible, in quotes, partners. Sarah started giggling. Oh, you think this is funny? Girl, you've just told me that someone values you too much. That gotta be ironic or sad or something. You don't think being stored as a backup is creepy? I don't want to be kept alive against my will. That just feels so... I don't know. I wish Izzy had a backup of me. Put my soul up on version control. Commit every time I do something she likes. That would be fan-fucking-tastic for my self-esteem. But no, you're out here bitching to me about it. I was just venting. Well, vent about something better. Sheesh. Veronica nearly fell out of the chair, but managed to catch herself. You want to gatekeep feeling shitty? I was just hoping you would be complaining to me instead of fucking bragging. Well, I was hoping to get some sympathy. Yeah, no luck, V. You gotta... More coughs. Pay someone for that. And that's the end of track 4. I said I would do a break. We can do redeems if anybody has redeems. But I don't see any, so I'll just quickly get hydrated first. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Oh no, my voice is still a little scratchy. Ooh, dice. Oh, I usually roll, and I've had to move the mouse pad. Let's see. Hold on. I think I might improvise something. Please dampen the sound. Please be helpful in catching the dice. Okay. Here we go. Let's do dice. I can do dice. Thank you for that redeem, the honk. Let's do dice. Rolling on a paper and not my mouse pad, so it sounds different. That sounds good. Alright, there was our dice. You're okay, Cage. I'm sorry you're having a bad brain night. But you're all good. I don't keep attendance, even for my mods. I understand. But hi, Ryan Andrew. Ah, there's an itch in my eyeball. Squinty face. Okay. If there's nothing else, I will jump back into story with the next track. These are terrible songs. Terrible rhythm. I'm joking. But yeah. We can jump back in then. Alright. Track 5. Family is a social construct, featuring Goody Two Shoes and the Straight As Gang. An interesting title. Okay. We seem to be going backwards in time, I think. Can't tell for sure. But, okay. And then, who can forget, it's an absolute classic, the recital of '03. Hold on. My voice is all scratchy. Oh, almost forgot to unmute. And then, who can forget, it's an absolute classic, the recital of '03. The weekend prior, Anna had gotten one of her paintings into a small exhibit that was going up near the Westmoreland Art Museum. Sure, it was an exhibit for high school students, but it was still semi-official recognition of an artistic talent, something that's hard to come by at any stage of a creative's career. Sarah was able to keep her head up for Anna, be a proud older sister and all that, because she knew she had the recital coming up, a big one too. Apparently someone from Wick Records wanted to pop in and see if they could snag some young, unsuspecting singer for an incredibly predatory contract. "Are you sure you want to go with this button-up?" Sarah's mom asked, helping her with her cuffs. "We have that green dress you wore last time." "It's fine. This is probably a little over the top anyways," Sarah responded. "Well, I'm not letting you go out there in a t-shirt and jeans. Besides, it's better to be overdressed than underdressed." "You two almost ready?" Dad called from downstairs. "Traffic is only getting worse." "We would have been done earlier if I didn't have to change again," Sarah muttered to herself. Mom finished up the last button on the cuffs and then clasped her hands around Sarah's face. They were warm. "You look great, sweetie." The whole Yarkoni family clambered into their little sedan and got started downtown. The sun had already set in the mid-December sky. The theater was in Manhattan, which meant that Sarah got an eyeful of both the classic NYC skyline as well as the Technicolor display at the Times Square. That is Times Square, sorry, brain. Both Sarah and Anna glued their faces to the windows. Despite the impressive lights, the city always felt like it was looming in the dark. Too much light pollution blocked out the stars, leaving a wasteland of black overhead. Like the Big Apple was the only thing in the world, and no matter how far you ran, you couldn't escape it. By some sort of winter miracle, Sarah's dad managed to find street parking near the theater. Another little lick of good luck for the day. Once inside the auditorium, Sarah said goodbye to her family and then rushed backstage. Her cohort stood around the back. She didn't share anything in common with them other than showing up to the same recitals. She was a much quieter kid back then, so she never said much to the others. The conversations were all boring fluff anyways. Shit about the traffic coming in, about the weather outside. But that's what happens when you gather a bunch of pseudo-strangers together. Then the show started. A respectful silence enveloped the green room. One by one, the other kids would filter onto the stage, play their song, and then return. There was no applause when you got back, no congratulations, just some knowing nods and maybe a thumbs up because the next performer had already started their song, and if they aren't going to interrupt you, then you better shut your trap for them. A stage hand peeked inside to motion for Sarah to come out. She took a deep breath in. And up next with her rendition of the Moldy Peaches' Anyone But You, Sarah Yarkoni. Part of Sarah hated picking the most basic hit of their discography, but she was worried if she went too esoteric, whatever agent or talent scout in the audience would think she lacked mainstream appeal. Besides, she put her own spin on it. She got some friends to re-record backing tracks that fit more of a start pop style. Something with more changes in the rhythm. Give this textureless music some bumps and ripples. The audience faded away as the music kicked on. Sarah's foot started tapping to the beat. Oh. Sorry, I just saw it. Sarah's foot started tapping to the beat entirely of its own accord. The entry for the vocals rolled toward her like a train pulling out of the station, slow but unstoppable. She started to sing, and nothing came out right. 2 hands shot up to cover her mouth, but then she remembered where she was and tried to pick back up where she left off. 3 bars of fine, and then it hit again. Her voice cracked, again and again. These vocal cords refused to hit notes. An entire throat held a coup, live on stage. Now her breathing was off. The theater filled more with the movement of air rather than music, and then her vision went blurry. Tears. It was a full-scale breakdown in front of 100 or so people, including a talent scout and Sarah's family. Sarah couldn't tell if she should save whatever part of her image she had left and just exit the stage, or stick it out and keep singing. Ultimately, she never made up her mind. The momentum of the song just carried her indecision to the end of the piece. She did not stay for a bow. She did not go to the green room, because her continued crying would definitely leak through the curtains. Instead, she ran straight for the back exit. It was cold outside, snowing even. Sarah was not dressed for the weather, so she just took a seat next to the building and pulled her legs to her chest. Anything to make her smaller, anything to make her disappear, anything to help her forget she was the fuck-up of the family. Sarah didn't know how long she spent out there. It was also unclear when her family started looking for her, but by the time Sarah's mom came around the side of the building, a thin layer of snow had accumulated on her daughter. "Sarah, oh my God, there you are," Mom shouted. I don't think I've ever emphasized the there. I'm just overanalyzing myself. Shouted. Sorry. Okay. She ran over and started brushing snow off Sarah. "We were waiting for you to come out since we weren't allowed backstage to check on you." "I screwed it up," Sarah mumbled. It was mostly meant for herself, but Mom heard it anyways. "No, you didn't. That happens to everyone growing up. But then I started crying and panicking, and I should have just stopped and walked off and not embarrassed." A warmth washed over Sarah. It was her mother. "Honey, I know this hurts now. There's a lot of hurt in life," Mom said. "But you know what? All that hurt makes you appreciate everything that much more when you come out on the other side. When you feel like you're drowning, you'll fall in love with your first breath of fresh air. When you're lost in a dark cave, that just makes the first ray of sunlight that much brighter." Except Sarah didn't wait for her ray of light, for her breath of fresh air. She was hanging from a ceiling fan, reliving the worst days of her life as her pulse slowly faded. It's fitting, really, that a fuck-up like her would be reminded of all the reasons why people might hate her just before she moved on. But now the slideshow was over. Everything was going white. Maybe this is the sunlight her mom was talking about. Maybe her life was the cave, and this was her exit. Sarah took a step into the bright. And that's the end of that track. And this is the last one. Yep. Okay. Sorry, I clicked the thing and I'm checking that out and I'm going back and a burr. Because I'm checking. I knew that there was like an extra extension, but I wanted to check where it was. Okay, so we have this track and then another installation that's in another page. So we still have a good deal of story left, and I will do scissor snips and keys now before we return to the rest of the story. Basically, we're about to get the part where it's SCP and not just some girl going through it. But we will get there. Okay. Right. Scissor snips. Here we go. There we are. There was the scissors. And now, keys. Classic. For our turt. Here's keys time. And there's our keys. So there you go. Yeah, it's still an SCP. It's just a very specific SCP. So we are finally jumping into the SCP part. It looks like it's all an interview. So we'll finally get to see somebody, but I don't know exactly how that'll go. So, if there's no other redeems, I'll jump into the next story, but I'll give you a minute while I hydrate and adjust myself. Okay. Let's jump back in. Okay. So this is track 6, self-titled interview, redo or redux, part 2 in 11/8 time. It starts with kind of a top. It just says, fuck, these lights are bright. And then everything is in dotted rectangular, and it's looking a lot more like an SCP video file or interview, It's one of those classics. And we don't get any information at the top about who interviewer is or any of that. But it's Yarkoni, Sarah, I imagine. Yeah. And unnamed interviewer. The yawn count's already growing. No, goodness. Okay. Sarah Yarkoni sits in a lawn chair. Her hands are tied behind her back, but she does not appear distressed. Rather, her downcast gaze indicates a sense of defeat. The area behind the lawn chair is entirely dark, and no features can be discerned. Interviewer. Alright, let's start off with your name and position. Yarkoni. Why does it fucking matter? No one's gonna watch this if they don't already know who we are. Interviewer. Just do it. Yarkoni. Fine. Sarah Yarkoni. I sing and play guitar. Interviewer. Is that all you do? Yarkoni. No, I also do front-end web development, strip for cash on a campsite, and disappoint everyone around me. That what you're looking for? Interviewer. Close enough. Why did you join House of Spades? Yarkoni. I guess I was bored. Interviewer. Try again. Yarkoni. What? Too straightforward? Interviewer. Nope. Try again. Yarkoni. Because playing guitar in my room by myself is fucking tragic? Interviewer. Survey says nope. Give it another shot. Yarkoni. I wanted to have a good time. Interviewer. Bingo. Yarkoni. Not that it really worked out. All I do is look for a good time in the most self-destructive way possible, which leads me down a rabbit hole of shitty dates, pounding hangovers, and bad days. Interviewer. What is a bad day? Yarkoni. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's a day which is bad, like most days. Interviewer. That's kind of a cop-out. Yarkoni. Oh, like you have a better answer? Interviewer. I'm not the one getting interviewed, but I'll give you a hand. What makes a bad day bad? Yarkoni. Something shitty happens on them. Interviewer. But good things also happen on shitty days, right? Yarkoni. Usually they're not all that memorable. Interviewer. Then what about good days? What makes a good day? Yarkoni. A day when something bad doesn't happen? Interviewer. Far too simple. Yarkoni. Fine, it's a day when I don't get burnt. Interviewer. Ah, there we go, a real fucking answer. Yarkoni. But that's why there's no good days. I'm always burning. I'm running around with my head on fire because the moment I put it out, I remember how cold everything is, and I want to light it up again. Interviewer. And now we're back to the shitty follow-ups. Yarkoni. What, you're trying to make me feel bad for feeling bad? Interviewer. I'm trying to make you feel bad for thinking about everything in such discrete binary chunks. Makes it way too easy to fall into spirals in your own head if everything keeps sticking to straight rules. Yarkoni. Lecturing me about wanting to keep things in orders. There's a kind of irony there. Most of the decisions I make have negative thought put into them. Hi, Oni. Interviewer. Oh, but you don't want order, or at least some goddamn consistency? You want everything to make sense so bad that you actively reject that part of you and just cause chaos anyways. Yarkoni. Is that what you want me to say a bad day is? Interviewer. Good days, bad days, it's all just shit our mind makes up to fool us into thinking the world makes sense. But you should know by now that the world doesn't follow rules. It doesn't give two shits about consistency. There's magic and cyborgs and portals to other dimension. The universe is infinitely harder to control than anyone gives credit for. Yarkoni, but that still doesn't mean I couldn't have made better decisions. Interviewer, will you stop it with the blame game already? Yarkoni, I was born on fucking Staten Island and I barely left the East Coast. I've spent most of my life tied to this one fucking city, and everyone I've met in it either hates me or just refuses to see me. How could I not have done better? Interviewer, I'm not saying there wasn't more you could do. I'm saying that even the thought of blaming yourself is a fucking poison you've gladly downed. Yarkoni, from what? From hanging around my friends? From dealing with magic? From living in Soho? Then I could have just made better decisions to avoid that shit and keep my damn sanity. Interviewer, it's not just the magic. It's not just the back door. It's everything New York City stands for. If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. You. In the eyes of the city, it's all up to you. If you succeed, it was on your own 2 feet, and if you fail, it's because your legs gave out from under you. It's a toxic place. There's no room for tripping over a crack in the sidewalk or getting pushed from behind, because most of the time, people don't just fall on their own. But in the Big Apple, that doesn't matter, because apparently everything is your fault. Yarkoni sniffles. Yarkoni, so? Interviewer, so? You did good. You tried hard. You fell down a few times. You made a few dumb mistakes, but you did good. Yarkoni, okay, I guess. Not sure why you're telling me that now. I've already kind of thrown away my chance at not blaming myself. Interviewer, it's just, advice, so you're not too hard on yourself next time. Yarkoni, next time? Interviewer, you haven't noticed? Your audience wants an encore. They want more House of Spades. They want more of you. The rope falls from Yarkoni's hands. She brings them around in front of the chair to show she's holding her guitar. She looks up at the camera. Her eyes are red and tears have dried on her cheeks. Yarkoni, more of me? Interviewer, fuck yeah, girl. How many times do I have to tell you? You have the body of a supermodel, the voice of an angel, and the cluelessness of a small child. People love that shit. Yarkoni, I'm not sure I believe you. Interviewer, sure, but maybe you'll believe them. Yarkoni stands from the chair. She takes 2 steps forward, and the camera pans to show a microphone and a roaring audience. Most of the faces are too covered in backlit shadow to be identified. However, Bijan, redacted last name, Jack of Spades, and Isabella, I already read this name and it's going to trip me up, Kawajiri, that's what I had landed on, can all be seen in the first row. Yarkoni opens her mouth to say something, but then looks back at the camera. Yarkoni, that's a cruel trick. Interviewer, yeah, it is. Yarkoni, why'd you do it? Interviewer, nuh-uh-uh, I'm asking questions. Now last one. Why'd you do it? Yarkoni, because I hated myself. Interviewer, nope, come on. Have you not been listening to me? Try again. Yarkoni swallows. Yarkoni, because loving people is terrifying. Interviewer, there it is, you dork. Yarkoni, they want me to do good, don't they? Interviewer, you've already done good. Now they just want to hear you sing. Yarkoni bites her lip. Yarkoni, could you, count us in? Interviewer, it'd be my pleasure. A 1, a 2, a 2, 3, 4, 5. And that count-in is a link to the rest of a eulogy in 11/8 time. So I'm going to read that as well. Here we go. All caps, gasp. It was dry air. All caps, gasp. But she couldn't get enough of it. Gasp again. The lights weren't as bright here. Gasp. And there was a head blocking out one of them. Gasp. Oh, colors filling in. Gasp. And now her lungs had their fill. Sarah was on a couch, buck naked. Her mind flicked to the worst case for a moment, But then a familiar face assuaged these worries. V? Although Veronica looked a little older than Sarah remembered, she was also crying more. Tight, crushing, but a hug still felt nice. I'm so sorry. Sorry? You didn't know, but it was just staring me in the face for so long, and I didn't like being alone, and maybe you would be okay with it, but I didn't know, but I did it anyways, and if I fucked up, I am so sorry, but it was just so hard. It's been so fucking hard. Sarah sat up and hugged Veronica back. I'm happy to see you too. I knew that I hated knowing there was a copy of my soul out there, but when Jack told me he made one for you too, I was so fucking mad, but then I left and I took it. I fucking took it anyways, and shh. Veronica wept openly into Sarah's shoulder for a few minutes. Veronica was soft and warm, but Sarah was still getting a grip on everything around her. She was definitely in an apartment. Carpet floor, a little TV, and a door on the far side of the room. It looked well lived in. Recycling bin full of beer bottles, a picture of House of Spades, a dusty drum set. There was a window, too, and through the window weren't any buildings or streets. No, there were only fields. Miles and miles of fields. No, not that Jack. Jack of Spades, apparently. Hey, V? Veronica sniffled. Yeah? Where, am I? Kansas. Excuse me? Kansas. When I left Soho, I took my shit to Kansas. Sarah felt something small snap within her. At first, she thought it was some sort of a loss. A wire breaking that she could never retie, but after a moment she realized it wasn't a string on her internal guitar. No, it was more like the twine for a puppet. It took her almost 30 years, but she finally made it beyond the Mississippi. Huh. I've been out here for a few months. Thought I would be able to just tough it out alone, but that went poorly. I see. So Veronica chuckled through the tail end of her tears. Corpse shopping at the local cemetery, I dug up a body that was relatively fresh, and then we gave your soul, I guess you programmers would call it a pull request. You brought me back because you were lonely. It's not that. I mean, yes, but that's not all of it. Jack mentioned bringing you back sooner, but the others weren't sure if you would have wanted that. It's a bit harder to tell when, Yeah, that makes sense. We missed you. Fuck, I missed you. It just took me a while to get up the courage to see if you missed me. This triggered the tears now for Sarah. Veronica had picked her up from 100 shitty dates, helped her through 1,000 hangovers. Veronica had told Sarah she shined like a star. Tell me if I'm wrong, but did we not read that Sarah was indeed proposed to Izzy, at one point? Yes? No? Because this is feeling like we're about to say that we love Veronica in that way, and I'm a bit like, huh? Maybe it's just the platonic love that they're bolstering right now, but I'm like, if this is the direction we're going, I'm confused. Where's Izzy? Anyway, okay. Held her through 1,000 hangovers. Veronica told Sarah she shined like a star and was always willing to help feed the combustion, but Sarah never thought that anyone would reassemble her embers and reignite her fire. Veronica wasn't afraid of getting burned. Because for Sarah and the House of Spades, it wasn't about if Sarah loved them or how she loved them or why she loved them. It was about loving them so much she was scared they'd grow too close and burn down with her. And then her friends' third-degree scars would be all her fault, which left only one course of action, to burn herself to cinders. Except it wouldn't have been her all fault. I think all her fault? It never was. See, there's some truth to calling the best day of Sarah Yarkoni's life the day she hung herself. Yeah, it's a bit of a cheat. She hung herself one day and was resurrected about 3 years later. But time didn't really work that way when you're dead. To Sarah, she died and then woke up in Veronica's apartment in Kansas. To Sarah, the day she died was the day she escaped New York City. The day when she felt she could fall down and someone would help her up again. The day when she could start over and make a bunch of new mistakes without the city crumbling around her. The best day of Sarah Yarkoni's life was the day when she escaped the weight of the world. And you know what? Sarah's mother was right. After all the cloudy winters and starless skies, the rays of sunlight through Veronica's window were the brightest she'd ever seen. And that's the end. So, very good little epilogue that they added in, but I am a little twisted about with how this one went about. Anyway, yeah, they wanted her encore, so she got pulled back. That's good. Well, that's the end of a eulogy in 11/8 time. I don't know why it's 11/8. What the heck that would actually play as, even. But, there you go. Don't mind me shuffling around. Oh, okay. Yeah. Alrighty. We have dice, we have singing bowl, and then we'll pick out another. Yeah. I see my face, my model jumping around. Then we'll pick out another SCP. I'm just double checking. Yeah, that's exactly all the stuff that I read. Perfect. Just have to add that there was also the offset, because I like to keep track of everything I read. Okay. So, first up, the dice. I don't have my mouse pad out, so it's going to sound funny. We've already done it once, but it's going to sound funny if you didn't hear it already, with the dice rolling on other stuff. And then all of the rest of these. Now we've got a whole lineup of them, so that's fine. Okay. We begin. Nice. Don't go nowhere, LaHonk. I'm immediately getting into the triggers, so it will not be long. Okay. I rolled a nat 1. No! Singing bowl. Here we go. Oh, there is it. Adjust the stuffs. sorry. I'm sorry. Not too sorry. No, a different singer. Here we go. Come here, Herbert. Herbert. Oh, that one is the worst you get, so it's really bad. Really bad. Critical failure. Womp womp. Okay. And there was Herbert. Let's adjust. Now we're singing frog. Oh, the next one is sniffs. I actually just needed to sniff there. You have returned? Well, I am about to start sniffs, but I believe I had told you to not frickin' leave, you little dumbass. I told you that we will be going immediately. Okay, sniffs time. Let's get that. Okay. Okay, there was our big sniffs. Lots and lots of sniffing. Even more. I'll do water jar, kalimba, rage puffing, humming. Oh boy. Bottle blow. Oh my goodness, that's been a minute. Okay, let's do water jar. And while I'm reaching, those guys are going to be necessary in a minute. Okay. Alright. Here we go. There's a water jar. Alright. Kalimba, right. Okay, still have scoot. Rolly chair. Okay. Yeah, here. Yeah, alright. Get over here. Just to be sure. I am a dear lady. Oh my goodness. Dear woman. It is a myth. I recommend you go Google a thing. But we have VODs on YouTube where I have described it a bit. Basically an indigenous boogeyman that will take down evil guys. Stomp them to death or turn them into trees. Mwahaha. This'll be good. Cute. And murderous, but yeah. Alright. Here we go. Oh my goodness. No, what am I doing wrong? Oh, that one. It always takes me a little bit to warm back up into Kalimba because I haven't touched it until you redeem it, basically. I need to practice more. Thank you, Pet. I'm just seeing that. Okay. Why is that? Stop do that. Okay. This one. Brain? Really that high? No. No. Okay. Try again, Raven. Yes, exactly. I turn full into deer and do the sniff sniff. And that's why I sound like a golden retriever really close to a mic. Okay, I'm gonna go back to Bonnie. And this will be our last one before next redeem. Ah! Wait a minute, no! Thank you, Nani! Let's drop some frickin' money frogs! Money frog, money frog. Wahoo! Thank you very much, Nani. If you have money frogs, use them. If you don't have money, Frau, do any other money redeem or money emote, sorry, to thank for the resub. Okay. I wanted to do one more, so I will do one more. Well, I got most of those notes, right? I did okay. Alright, we have humming and rage puffing and bottle blow left. Let's get some humming in. We did the one song plenty of times. Let's do something else. Well, honk, I will murderize you so swift. I will murderize you so swift. I feel like I need to somehow block you from making redeems at some point. I feel like it's a requirement soon. You cannot keep doing this. I will hurt you. Thank you, Fat. You know what you did. I know you know. I know you know. I yelled at you about it immediately. Okay. Other songs. Shut up. Alright. I'm glad I'm not alone. Thank you, Cage. Thank you. had to redeem while I was still humming or react while I was still humming. That's terrible. Honk, you're evil. I'm glad you're cozy. I'm gonna do one of those songs. Trying to decide who we do. Does anybody have a classics humming from Raven that you want to request? I'm gonna pick one more. My brain. Oh, well, hydrate. Thank you. I'll do the hydrate right now. Thank you very much. A whole Dr. Seuss book? Illegal. Illegal. But thank you, Nani. You're spinning a little cat in a car is so cute. Padoru? What? I meant a classic for my stream. Cause you can request that I read a whole story. Like, you can literally just put that in the Discord and I'll read it. Like, that... No. But... yeah, I'll go with green sleeve. I lost it. There you go. Redfish, Bluefish is good, and I will put that on our story sharing list. That's a good one to add. But no, that's a full storybook. We're not gonna have it as a redeem. You have long redeems enough already, Long. You are too chaos. Okay. Rage, Puff, and Bottle Blow. I've got no chill. I don't want to rage. Oh no, the ASMR blowback, it got me. No. I don't care, I'm cozy. Okay. I will do Bottle Blow first. Toast. Let's do that. Let's go with that. Bottle Blow. We're doing a lot of redeems for a reading stream. No, it's good. I'm happy with it. I'm just kind of laughing. Now that we've got the reading thing, we don't use it. Without Cave Johnson Lemon's rant is... I don't even know what that is. But, you know, just if it's something that's big enough to be a story of its own that I read and could be a story sharing request on the Discord, put it there instead of redeems, please. Okay. Bottle Blow. Here we go. I will eventually run out of air. It will be bad, but we're going to have fun with it for now. Body yawning in preparation. I know I'm not going to get enough oxygen. Woohoo! Trying to transition because I'm feeling silly. Yeah. I can't do both at the same time, but I wanna. That was my best attempt. Okay, that was our bottle blow. Raven being real silly. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. Let's put some things away so that I have room for when I get to typing in a minute. Oh boy. Bonk. Okay, good enough. Alright. I guess it's time to be rageful. Rage. It really doesn't do angry face. This model really just does kind of sad, closed eye or not. My eyes are open, but my eyebrows are furrowed, and all it does is turn my eyes closed. Stop that! They're open! Distracted Raven. Okay. That's not. You can't just. No! It's. Do we just get gnomed? What do you mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? Did I do something I don't know? Raven is oblivious enough to do something she did not know she did. It's a real thing. But okay, we're gonna move to typing now. And I'll move the mic over in a second. Okay. We did a lot, but it was adorable. What does that mean? Tell me what that means. Okay. Alright, I'm typing. I gotta tip it up. I like bonked at the end unintentionally. I'm sorry. You'll never know what is typed lahonk. Lahonk. What key is it? It's a red dragon RGB of something. I can't tell you more than that because the box it came in is somewhere or nowhere. I held on to it for a while, but now I have no idea. Could you be? Could you be? I don't know, but it does the rainbow lights, so it's a RGB something in the name, and it's Red Dragon, REDRAGON. Yeah, it's nice as well, clickety and clackety. It's good. It's good. I think I put it. Did I put it in my keyboard description? I thought I might have put it in the typing redeem description because there's the two different keyboards, but it might not have. Anyway, yeah, that's the one it was. Well, with all of those redeems done, I suppose we should go back to the next thing. It's a TSKR Clicky Type 2000. Red Dragon has pulled its shit together recently. They used to sound painful. I would not know. Okay. What story are we going with next? Oh, that one would have been nice, but I don't know. Oh, I should remove that trigger warning. We haven't needed that for a while. I'm gonna go with the other trigger warning one that we had. Right, that. Over here. Okay, so this one has its trigger warning on its front page. It's right up at the front. Trying to navigate it. Okay, so I'm going to change. Okay. Hold on while I adjust my stream info. We have to change this. Ooh. Ooh hoo hoo. Aha. Ooh. Okay. I didn't read this. Why did I not read this? There we go. Sexual themes. Here we go, folks. And let's change my warning to this warning. Here we go. Oh boy. It is SCP-7052. If I can get back to that part of this. Here we go. SCP-7052. More like I feel like this is going to get unfortunate. I don't want to say it to spoil it, but at the same time, this is about to happen. It will not depict sexual acts. It features sexual themes or language, and then there will be a visual depiction of something that I will describe to you when I get to that point. Oh gosh. But here we go. Let's go. Oh goodness. Yep. There that is. Oh no. There's a propaganda poster I can make pop up. That's gonna make it so much. This is sexual themes, but it's just gonna be silly. With that said, we're about to have an ad interrupt, cause I'm dumb. I did not notice that yet. So I'm going to run an ad really quick. We're gonna just run a quick 1 minute. You can go ahead and do that. Don't judge me if I mispronounce things at moments or whatever. But yeah, so I'm gonna run a quick 1 minute ad. I'm sorry, but yeah. And then this is gonna be interesting. Woohoo! Woo! Oh boy. Here boy. Here boy. Okay. What was I doing? I was thinking about something for them. No, I don't know. Okay. I'm just... sorry, a bonk. A cord went bonk. Just gonna stay real hydrated. I accidentally put stars back in and out of my eyes really quick. Oh boy. Oh go, that title, Lamau. Yeah. It's a title. Oh boy. Okay. Okay, we're all back. Brace yourselves. Oh boy. Okay. Alright. SCP-7052. Item number SCP-7052. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. Any information about SCP-7052 leaked to the public must be censored. In case of widespread leaks, misinformation about the dangers of SCP-7052 will be released. Found instances of SCP-70521 are to be monitored, and if displaying unusual or dangerous behavior, contained in standard humanoid cells at the closest site. SCP-70521-16 needs to be recovered as soon as possible. We'll get into that in a minute. And before I get to the image or the description, there's a show propaganda poster used in case of SCP-7052 outbreak. You regret looking it up? Fair enough, friend. Fair enough. Well, we gave you all the warnings. But okay, so I'll describe this, and you'll be aware of what we're getting into immediately after. So we have a poster that has the various text, but the two images that it has is one of those caution triangles, black with a red exclamation point in the middle, with the big attention at the top, and one of those no signs, the circle with a line through it, over a spoon. No spoons. Well, here it goes. It's never put a spoon in your butt. It will, all caps will, kill you. Fact. Spoons being inserted into your rectum kills more than 10,000 people a year. Fact. More than 200,000 people are hospitalized. Spread the word. Hashtag no spoons for the letter for me. And the caption on this is the most common infographic used to transmit misinformation about SCP-7052. So they are aware that this is misinformation, that is too many people killed and hospitalized over spoons in butts. But at the same time, if this is a problem, I guess we gotta be aware of it. Oh boy. So here is the description of the photo that had its trigger warning. It says SCP-7052 on the bottom, and it is an image that looks very much like you might get at a doctor's office or, a biology book where we get the kind of the cut of a male anatomy with a gloved finger and a spoon inside a rectum. So there you go. In this diagram, we have labeled rectum, spoon, and in male subjects, orgasms through prostate simulation may also be present. Good to know. Okay, I will put away the little propaganda poster and we'll get into the description. Oh boy. What fun. What fun. Who the heck recommended this one to me? Who do I have to yell at? Let's go tell on them. This was recommended by DewOnTheGrass, one of my own mods. How dare you? Good thing they differentiated between. You might have mixed those two up. Yeah, I'm gonna deny the words, but I know what you're saying. I just don't want to approve of that word in general for the stream. Doctor just being a homie helping someone out. Nothing sus at all. No, it's totally not sus that the finger is completely ignoring the spoon and just poking the prostate right now while there's a spoon in there. That's definitely not a thing that we need to be concerned on. To be fair, though, we have not confirmed that gloved hand is a doctor. Just to say it. Okay. Description: SCP-7052 is the practice of inserting spoons in one's rectum. Although this action initially appears as irrational, it will result in numerous anomalous effects beneficial to the subject, hereinafter referred to as SCP-7052-1. These effects typically manifest within 5 to 10 minutes after the insertion. I'm going to say this is a fictional website. Do not think that inserting spoons will do good for you like they are about to claim. No. No, please don't end up needing hospital because of me. Please. Flared bases. Safe, please. Okay. Alright. These effects typically manifest within 5 to 10 minutes after the insertion. The anomalies vary, although the following effects are always present. First, increased sexual attraction towards SCP-7052-1 affecting people of gender based on SCP-7052-1's sexual orientation. If only you said that 30 seconds sooner. No, Toast! No! Yeah, it's a fictional website. Don't take it seriously. No, absolutely do not. Let me drop every ounce of silly, folks. Please no. Please no. Okay? Please. Um the this first this first bullet point is trying to claim that if you do this, someone that has done this becoming SCP-70521, they there are increased sexual attraction towards them based on their own sexual orientation, with a footnote saying this effect will likely be absent if SCP-70521 is asexual, which is just to say the people you like will like you, and that's so dumb. But okay. Second, improvement of SCP-70521's physical and mental abilities. No. Third, sudden healing of SCP-70521's wounds, infections, and carcinomas. Bullshit. Various ontokinetic effects that result in the enhancement of luck in SCP-70521's life, such as higher probability of winning lotteries and other chance-based competitions. And finally, improvement of mood. I feel like, DewOnTheGrass, I need to yell at you. I feel like this whole thing is an attempt to really just ruin people's lives. To make them think that this might be real. That's so dumb. This should have had a J next to it. This absolutely should have been 7052J to show that it is a joke entry. But they didn't. Okay. What's the paramedic TikToker guy that says, "Don't meet me like this" or something? Don't do it. Don't do it. No. Okay. The intensity of these effects depends on the depth of the insertion, as well as the number and size of spoons inserted. No, don't say that. The most intense effects reported at 12 standard silverware spoons had strong ontokinetic properties. This instance, referred to as SCP-70521-9, was formerly a D-Class member known as D952674, see Addendum 2. That implies that the Foundation did this to them. You worked in an ER. Don't meet me like that. Yeah, please. Pazuzu Hellmoth will murder me. Please don't. Please don't. Definitely a J-type. Hopefully the fact that it's SCP log will make it obvious for people though. Yes. Oh my gosh. I recently, interrupting to just emphasize, please don't be stupid about this. Especially because they're metal. This could be, I recently watched a quick reel or TikTok or something where someone said that someone was suing a plug company because they claimed that they were 100% silicone and wore said plug inside them to an MRI. Pazuzu, you know how that go. It is not 100% silicone. In its center was a metal center. So they basically had a bullet fly up and get stuck in their chest cavity. This is very easily something that could have killed them in an instant if it went the wrong way. And so they're going legal about that. Just to say, for the love of Christ, no, and be careful and responsible. I cannot condone not doing research first about these kinds of things. Careful and reasonable and safe, please, if you choose to do something like that. Metal and that edge on the spoon, it's dull, but it's still a metal edge. Yeah, that ouches. Even if you're like, it's not a knife, it's not sharp. It is. It can be. And you never know with metal if there's I have a spoon that has a little spot where there's there's a a shaving or something. Like somehow it got scratched in such a way that when I try and eat from it, it scratches my lip a little bit. If no, no. FYI, that spoon has been designated for drink storage and never drink from it or eat on. It's been designated into a specific spot. But no, still ouches. Please, please, no, don't do this. Okay, that's enough of this. I think we all know we're not doing this. Yes? Okay, good. Okay, moving forward. They have implied here that a D class member, so the Foundation, did this to someone, and it was the most intense effects, as they said, at 12 standard silverware spoons. The Foundation put 12 spoons in somebody's butt. Another reason I hate the Foundation. What the hell is wrong with them? Okay, Addendum 1. List of known instances of SCP-70521 excluding the D-class personnel. So there's plenty of other ones that were D-class personnel. And we had a little note that said that we are to try and find 70521-16 as soon as possible. So if we see that anywhere on here, I'd like to... Oh, no, I can't see them. Whoever the heck they are, we want to be able to figure out what that is. Okay. So here is our addendum, the list of 70521 peoples. Date of discovery, location, and note on each of these. So the first one is 07/08/2015, and from the later dates I can tell that they mean July 8th, 2015. Location in Moscow, and the note was monitored, a successful Russian wrestler. 01/22/2016, January 22nd, 2016. Location is now Site 19. An adult film actress contained due to apparent anomalies. Does removing the spoon release these people from this, or is that an option? Anyway, just imagine being a world-class scientist and your job for the day is to help a guy out like that. Can you imagine? Oh gosh. Okay. Imagine you're the D-class personnel that's like, yeah, I was a really awful person and I was on death row. Or maybe I wasn't an awful person, but I've been put on death row because they think it was me, but it wasn't me. I don't know. And then they're like, hey, if you don't want to die, you could go over here and you could still probably die a really horrific death. But we'll tell you that if you just do one study, you're free, which that's not what they do. But then this is the study you get put in. Jesus. Okay. All right. 11/19/2018, November 19th, 2018. Site 19 again. A researcher at Site 19. And then the very next day, 11/20/2018, Site 19. A researcher at Site 19. So I'm seeing that pattern. They had an adult film actress in their site for 2 years, and then they were like, you know what, let's go for it. And these two guys both went for it. Hi, Thrice Candy. Welcome in. We're just going through the craziness. Oh boy. Okay. 09/15/2020. So, oh my gosh, my brain just broke. July, August, September. Yeah. September 15, 2020 in Portland, Oregon. The note is monitored. An American bus driver. Noted. They haven't brought them in, but they're monitoring them. Good, good. Hi, Violetta. Sorry I didn't see that. Hi, hi, hi. And then 01/15/2022, January 15, 2022. Location Osaka. Note monitored, a Japanese billionaire, of course. And then 05/27/2022, May 27th, 2022. Location Site 83. Note is a criminal, very vague there. This is not a D-class personnel, just vaguely a criminal. And they are contained, I guess, at Site 83. And finally, 09/01/2022, September 1st, 2022. Unknown. We don't know where they are, but they are a former researcher at Site 19. I bet that's the one that they want to track down. I bet that's um 7052116. I'm still thinking about the scientist. Hey, Dr. Marcus. I know you just cured cancer, which is great and all, but can you help me get 13 spoons into this guy? The record is 12. That's what you need to add. The record is 12. To be fair, though, that's such dumb guy moments, and especially with, like, it's anomalous, and it's a living. Like, they'd go for it. They would. Like, it just feels very SCP version of all the pencils in your mouth from the Community like tag, Troy and Abed doing that moment. Okay. Addendum 2 Incident Iota. So this is about our D class member with the record, the 12. So here we go. Subject D 2674. Hold on. Okay, so procedure, experimentation with high intensity SCP-7052. Results, D952674 had to be terminated due to extreme anomalies. Oh, I was really hoping this poor dude lived. I guess not. Report. And we jump in. They don't introduce us, but the other person in here, oh, there's a couple. We've got Dr. Lorenz and I guess Dr. Tawar. And of course our D-class personal. I'm going to call him 12 Spoon. So we'll go for that. Here we go. Dr. Lorenz, you will enter this room. We will give you some privacy. In there, you will find a box full of spoons. Your task is to insert as many of them as you can in your rectum. So I guess the doctors aren't the one doing it. They're just telling him to. But I don't know. Maybe he'll get stuck. I don't know. We'll find out. Okay. 12 Spoon. Because I'm not gonna call them they're like not a human names. At least 12 Spoon's like a nickname for his accomplishment, It's still stupid, but it's an accomplishment. Anyway. Okay, 12 Spoon. Oh, of course. Sure, okay. You're serious? Dr. Lorenz. Yes, please proceed. The D class enters the room for 40 minutes before emerging. Dr. Lorenz. Oh, what the hell? Dr. Tawar. D952674, please stop where you are. 12 Spoons is levitating a meter above the floor. He can fly! Multiple spoons are orbiting around him. His eyes are glowing and changing colors. Ooh. And objects around him are being deformed and transformed. Oh my gosh. 12 Spoon says, I have achieved godhood. Oh no. If we tried 13 spoons, it would break the world, probably. Okay, so 12 Spoon sends a spoon flying towards the two researchers, which misses and skims closely to Dr. Lorenz's ear. The door behind 12 Spoons breaks away from its frame. Dr. Tawar, in intercom, we need a response team at SGD5 immediately. Dr. Lorenz, how many spoons did you stick in your ass? All electronic displays in the vicinity start showing the number 12. 12 Spoons says, just enough. This is too stupid. Hold on, I need to cough. Hi, DJ. I'm sorry. This is insane. Hold on. I'm laughing too hard. I'm getting frogs in my throat. Oh my gosh. Obsidian nudes. Yes. Oh my gosh. No, this stream This particular story is unhinged, so brace yourselves. Okay, so yes, all the, the displays in the vicinity start showing the number 12. 12 spoon might be the oh my god. Okay, so 12 spoon says just enough. 12 spoons shoots 2 more spoons at Dr. Lorenz, penetrating his abdomen. He's been stabbed by spoons. Dr. Lorenz, ah, shit. Dr. Tawar, where's the fucking team? Dr. Tawar throws a chair in the direction of 12 spoons. Just before hitting 12 spoons, the chair transforms into a feather. 12 spoons says, "You can't get me." What the fuck? Okay, a team of 4 heavily armed men enters the area and starts shooting at 12 spoons, who seems unaffected by the bullets. And then we have redacted names for each of these. But first redacted says, "What the fuck is this?" Second redacted says, "Move aside, everyone." And one of the redacted, I think the second one, throws a hand grenade at 12 spoons. The explosion knocks 12 spoons down to the ground. And I think again the second person, but it could be any of, like, there was 4 people, I don't know. Second redacted name says, "Keep firing." And then a spray of bullets flies towards 12 spoons until he is static and the ontokinesis disappears. So he's been killed as far as they're aware. I have to imagine it is. Oh no. Okay, so then there's Addendum 3 Incident Theta, and there's just a blinking little red text that says, "Access SIPEnet email? 2 new messages." Ooh. Invasive species has arrived. Hello, Tsukiyomi. Hello. Hi, Nightly. Oh my gosh. Hello, everybody. This is the most unhinged story. I do not want to explain. Oh my gosh. Someone else. I will specifically ask, who do I trust? Turt? Turt, can you give us a description of what the fuck this is? I think Turt's last comment kind of gives you a clue if you want to scroll up. But okay, I'm going to click access to SIPEnet email. So we have a couple of emails, and it says that stuff. But I'll say that the Addendum 3 Incident Theta, that's not here. There is no Addendum 3. So we've just got these 2 emails left. And it's re-subject. Interesting. So the first one is to Franklin at SIPEnet. Copy. You and 8 more. From John Harrison 2 at sipe.net. Subject, leave notice. And it says, "Dear Supervisor Franklin, dear fellow researchers, I have decided to use SCP-7052 for my own benefit. I have inserted 3 spoons and then bought a lottery ticket, which I won. It saddens me that I must make this decision, but it is the best for all of us. I have left the Foundation and am going to live a discreet and peaceful life. Please do not look for me. Best regards, John Harrison, PhD." So this is the researcher that just said, "I'm out." Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And then we have a response. It's to Franklin at sipenet.net. Copy, you and 8 more. From John Harrison 2 at sipe.net. So same thing, and subject, leave notice. So he responded to his own email, I guess. For my own benefits, so that he had the anomalous capabilities, like to win the lottery, to get people to like him, to fly if he added another 9 spoons. Anyway, okay. It says, "Dear Supervisor Franklin and researchers, I have unfortunately been captured by the Chaos Insurgency. Currently, I am in an unknown location, but I will try to find out information about my coordinates. I will, all caps, not disclose anything about how I acquired my anomalous abilities, no matter what they do to me. Please look for me. Thanks, and sorry. John Harrison, PhD." This doctor messed up. And I'm sorry, buddy, but if they kill you, they might probe you. They might find your spoons. They might find out. I don't know if they'll connect the dots. They'll probably just call you a freak, but I don't know. Okay. After those two emails, the last of this entry says, as of 09/21/2022, September 21, 2022, no additional messages from Harrison, SCP-7052-116. I knew that was him. Anyway, have been received. Locating SCP-7052-116 is of the highest priority. The end. Oh, what an SCP. Do, if you're listening on YouTube and the VOD on here, why Yoda? No, this was great. It was awful, but it was great. He's terrible. Thank you. Oh my god. Let's put those two away together. The already read pile. And let's pull up the not yet read pile. How long is this entry? I can't even see the little scrolly bar. Is it that long? Or is it just that it's not showing up? Oh, there it is. Oh, it's that long. Oh, that's probably the last one we read if we read it. Ooh, and that's... This is looking quite political. I don't know if I like this. If it's political but old, I'm like on board to read. But if it's political and current, I am nervous about how that goes with all of the folks. It looks like we pull away from the reality and we're pulling in our fake people. Oh goodness. Nope. Yeah, we have a direct. Okay. I don't know how to feel about that. I have not read it, so I do not know if it leans in either direction. But I don't think... It's extremely political. Okay. Also flight makes a teeny bit of sense if you think about the spoon handles as metal tail feathers. That's implying that the spoon somewhat sits out. I think you're misunderstanding the little diagram. It was all the way in, friend. It was all the way in. As far as it could go, that. Oh my gosh, no. Okay, I think we will go for a different one. And I will look at the other one NURIAKEA suggested. That was way up there. Okay. He said, come here. Stop running away. Stop. Sly little link. Evading me and all. Okay. So, I think we will read a couple of other ones. As much as that one is probably good. As long as that one is probably good, I just don't want to... I don't want to start some big political things on here. You know, it's just a little too current for such a inflammatory thing. So I don't know if I don't know. So we're going to go with a couple of other ones. We're going to move to a different one. But that was the end of that story. So if you have redeems, we could do those right now. I'll go ahead and do that. And then the next story will be... Oh, I kind of wanted to wait for them to show up. Because SCP-408 is someone that has popped into our streams before. I'm hoping that we can read that with them, maybe. That would be fun. Maybe I'll hold off. I don't know how to call them over here, you know? So, maybe we'll start it and they'll just see it on the VOD. Maybe that's the way to go. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. 408 will be the next one. Scissor snips. Alright. Any others? Yeah. Plastic and tin jar? Yes, Turt. If you redeem tin and plastic, I'll do plastic and tin jar for you. Keys? Hello, Comboss. Hello, hello. Oh, sorry. I hit my mic. Oh, no. Okay. Let's get these up. Swoop. Okay. Oh my gosh, the yawns. They are vicious. Okay, the secret menu. Yeah. Well, that's kind of hard to pull off since we're, not in the same space. But also, they're not horns, they're antlers. I am a deer lady. It is antler, not no horn. But, let's go scissors snaps. Put those up. And let's go. Alright. There was snips. I don't know why you guys want that. That's a very specific energy with the yeah, with the real deer. But I guess I'm not. So keys. Here we go. Like, who are we fighting over if we're doing that, Like it's a play fight or it's a fight fight. That's what that is. But here we go with keys now. Yeah. There you go. Oh, I do need those, don't I, right now? I need a posture check and stretch. Let's do those. Thank you. Thank you, right, Andrew. Let's do big stretches. Yep. Click, crack. Okay. Alright. We'll do tin and plastic jar, but except it's plastic in a tin jar. So here we go. I'm so sorry. I want you really hard. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That was loud. I'm so sorry. Why do you have to be so close, Mike? Right. I do ASMR. Damn it. Yes. Okay. Here we go. Really sounded like a bell, like a cowbell or a dinner bell. Like it felt very much like I could ring it and I'd be like "Sooie" or something like that. You know, like it feels like farm time, dinner time. No, nobody else. Just a little bit. Okay. I need to water. And then we've got humming. Yes. Okay. Humming. Here we go. What do we want to do? Yeah. Sorry. Why does that feel so wrong? Yeah, that sounds better. Jesus Christ. Okay, one more. No, I already did that one. What was I thinking? Oh my gosh. I do this sometimes where I forget how the sea shanties start. My brain breaks. Alright, sorry, it's up and down and in and out. Hello, all cotton candy eater. Hi, I'm being. Hello, hellos. But, I think with that, we'll go back to stories. So, the SCP I said that I would read next is 408. So we'll do that. And I'm sure that there should be more time for the next one after that, right? How long was this one gonna be? Oh no, never mind. That one's so much longer. I should start with that one. Not 408. The other one. 8596. That's what was jumping. Okay. Twitch was having issues? Well, I'm glad you are back. Yes. I was like, you said hello like you had entered, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure you were here earlier, but I didn't want to be crazy. My memory's not great. So, yeah. There we go. Alright. Alright. So, item number 8596. Level 2 restricted. Containment class is safe. And then we have a photo that says SCP-85961's containment chamber, and it looks a little bit like a church that lost the top of its steeple. You know? Anyway. Special containment procedures. SCP-8596 is contained in a remote house in the Pine Barrens of New Jersey. Twice a year, a member of Site-322 personnel is to travel to this location and perform an interview with SCP-85961. This person is to have the following on their person at all times: Nestic pills taken once every hour when within the vicinity of SCP-85961, then non-lethal weaponry, then standard body camera, and finally SCP-8596 documentation. Oh, Andy, so the Beethoven was Furley's, not Moonlight Sonata. Green sleeves. There's one I just call Rose, 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 Rose. That's all I know. Danny Boy, Some Folks Do, Once Upon a Dream, Leave Her Johnny, Wellerman, Drunken Sailor, My Bonnie Lies Over. That's the one I did on Kalimba. Brahms Lullaby, that one I did on the Kalimba as well, but I rarely do that. And then I recently added the Goose song. Sorry for not staying long, but I need sleep. No, go get sleep. Don't apologize. Please look after yourself. Please go get eeps. Okay. So yes, there you go. Those are the songs that I currently consistently go back to. I write them down for myself so that I remember which ones are, um, the public domain safe and whatever. To be fair, I guess I haven't technically checked for the one, but we know that it's about the goose, so it's at least a parody. So should be safe. I don't know. Question mark. Anyway, okay. All right. So the rest of the containment procedures. Yes. SCP-85961 is equipped with a locked mechanical collar that houses two small Scranton reality anchors. This collar is remotely monitored and controlled by Site-322's surveillance console. Should SCP-85961 remove this collar, personnel are to trigger the panic button on their body camera, attempt to peacefully exit the containment chamber, and travel back to base. SCP-85961 is to be entertained in conversation as long as this collar remains on. As a former member of Foundation staff, a cordial level of familiarity is expected for its comfort in conversation. All interviews should ultimately lead the assigned staff to question what SCP-8596 is. On rare occasions, SCP-85961 will initiate conversation about SCP-8596. After this line of discussion ends, assigned staff are to excuse themselves politely and exit the containment chamber. The description of them is redacted, but there is of the main one is redacted. But the one form, whatever, is allowed. Hold on. Uno momento. Why do I think that this is not just a person? Why do I feel like this is a person? You're doing it again? There. Search by image. Nope. Unhelpful. Okay. Remove. Alright. So description. SCP-8596 is redacted. SCP-85961 is a humanoid entity identified as Dr. Eric Ramsey. SCP-85961 was initially contained in Site-322's anomalous containment before being employed as a Foundation interrogator as part of the integration program. SCP-85961 is a Class 3 reality bender, enhanced empath, and telepath capable of altering localized reality at will. SCP-85961 can read minute expressions, physiological changes, and physical processes of any subject that interacts with it. Though limited, SCP-85961's telepathy allows it to view the memories of a subject in real time, meticulously taking notes while doing so. And then we've got a photo of SCP-85961 that I tried to search back. And it looks just like a older man, kind of balding, with glasses, blue shirt, blue tie, dark jacket, light gray pants. He's got a notebook he's holding. Watch. He's in a chair that looks like the corner of a filing cabinet right there. Looks very office man. Anyway. Okay. After an incident relating to its integration in Site-322, it was discovered that SCP-8596 could remove and implant the memories of its subjects at will, though it cannot read memories directly. As a result of this and negotiations with Site-322 management, SCP-85961 was moved to its containment chamber in the Pine Barrens, a home built with its reality warping capabilities. Okay, so he built his own home with that reality warping, and that's where he puts himself? Interesting, okay. And then we've got an addendum. Addendum 8596.1 SCP-85961 Interview. researcher George Ambrose was designated as SCP-85961's interviewer for the second half of 2024. He was given the above SCP-8596 documentation and deployed to SCP-85961's containment chamber on October 13th, 2024. That hasn't happened yet. Ooh, ooh. Spoopy. Okay. And here we have the transcript. But what's funny is that inside the transcript we have a picture of researcher George Ambrose, younger dude, dark hair, dark eyebrows, thick eyebrows, dark eyes, looking like dark beard, looks like Caucasian man, as was the other old guy. Lighter blue shirt, stripy blue, gray, little gold tie, dark coat, with one of those podium mics sticking up, so he's clearly giving a speech of some sort in this photo. Alright, so begin log. Ambrose enters the house hastily. SCP-85961, who we know is Dr. Eric Ramsey, so I'll call him Eric. We'll just call them, we're calling the researcher Ambrose. Then I'll call the Dr. Ramsey, because that's his freaking name. Okay, so Ramsey is seated on a couch, scribbling on the day's crossword. Logs are smoldering in the fireplace behind him. He glances up at the door before turning to his newspaper. Ramsey: I have a pot roast in the oven. It should be done in 5. Ambrose grabs a chair and sits close to the fireplace. He shivers as he removes his gloves before holding his hands toward the logs. Ramsey: I've been having trouble getting that started, the fire. Ambrose grabs a nearby bottle of lighter fluid and douses the logs. Shakily grasping the lighter he bought, he fails to create a spark. On the third flick, the lighter ignites, and Ambrose touches the flame to the logs and sits back into his seat. Ambrose: I just need a minute, Eric. Ramsey: You're still allowed to call me that? Ambrose: It's encouraged, for rapport. Ramsey: I see. Nevertheless, Ramsey stands and moves to the oven. Ramsey: I believe the roast is done. Care to eat? Ambrose: I'm not hungry. Ramsey: How long was the trip? Ambrose: 26 hours. Ramsey takes the roast out, tasting it and placing it on the counter. Ramsey: So you're hungry then, and if you were told not to take anything from me, imagine what eating with me would do for our rapport. Ambrose pops a Nestic pill in his mouth. Ambrose and Ramsey sit across from each other, eating silently. Ambrose removes a sheet of paper and a pen from his pocket. Ambrose: Can we start? Ramsey: Talking? I'd love to. Just one moment. Ramsey moves to a liquor cabinet. He pulls a bottle of bourbon out along with 2 glasses from the freezer. He pours himself and Ambrose a drink. Ambrose doesn't touch it. Ambrose: Name? Ramsey: You know my name. Ramsey holds his drink in the air, motioning for a cheers. Ambrose ignores the request. After a moment, Ramsey downs his drink and pours himself another. Ambrose: It's to make sure you still know your name. Ramsey: Eric, E-R-I-K, Ramsey, R-A-M-S-E-Y. Ambrose takes notes. Ambrose: Age? Ramsey: 64. Ambrose takes note. Ambrose: Have you had any violent thoughts lately? Ramsey: Why are you here? Ambrose: To do this interview. Ramsey: You know, Director Legge came here not too long ago. Apparently we're gonna back up. You know, Director Legge came here not too long ago. Apparently he almost destroyed 322 with some machine he commissioned. Before him was Dr. Mooney, accused of embezzlement with that gumball machine they insist helps the site. And before that was Julian after some creature got loose in his section. You weren't sent here on your merits. Even with this collar on, I can tell that. Ambrose: I drew the short straw. Ramsey: Am I that unappealing? Ambrose is silent. Ramsey: What did they tell you? Ambrose: That you lost it. Ramsay, that's a roundabout way of saying it, but sure. Ambrose, you want to have a conversation? Sure. Why don't you tell me what happened? Ramsay, have you had the pleasure of meeting the former Leandra Pollock? And then we have an ethics committee inquest that interrupts this. So I guess this is just for us to catch up. It says, accused, Dr. Leandra Pollock. Summary, Dr. Pollock is accused of the following. First, facilitating the death of researcher Ted Franklin after she suffered a nervous breakdown. Second, attempting to dispose of the corpse of Franklin, which was covered in anomalous research material against the guidelines created by the Achromatic Abatement Department. Third, threatening security personnel with an anomalous artifact so they would remove the incident's video footage. Fourth, forcing said security personnel to consume a toxic cocktail of unprocessed amnestics, leading to permanent memory complication for those affected. And finally, desertion. And then we pick back up into our log. Ramsay says, my abilities, as cliche as it may sound, are a blessing and a curse. I could look around a bar and figure out which woman I had a chance of bringing home just by the twitch of some muscle on her face or the way her eyes dilated in the light. I wasn't employed, and then it's interrupted. Ambrose says, integrated. Ramsay, integrated for no reason. Ambrose, I never denied that. Ramsay, the curse of my whole ordeal is just that. I know people too well. I read that report the ethics committee gave me, and I knew it was over for her before then. Someone had it out for her. Just by reading that, I knew. Even with the collar, I still see it. Yeah, I was going to say something about it felt funny. I don't know. And then we have a different interruption. This looks like a different file. The last one that interrupted with that Pollock stuff was like typewriter font on yellow paper. And this time it's the look of another proper log and form. So this is just weirdly interjected, but it looks very similar. Take your time on the redeems. Oh, of course I will. As my little thingy just said, I will redeem them between stories. We're still in the middle of this. I'll probably take a break in the middle of this one to do those, though. So it'll be a little bit, but yeah, you got it. Okay. So we have this interruption. It looks like we're going into an interview, some sort of log between our same Eric Ramsay and this Pollock person. So Leandra is in this one now. So the new file, it says the interrogation chamber has been altered by SCP-85961 Ramsay, appearing as Leandra Pollock's office. So the chamber now looks like her office because he's made it that way. Ramsay says, to be honest with you, I didn't quite like Ted. Pollock is silent. Ramsay continues, one thing I've always disliked about this site, not that I know any of the others, is that it's a little lax here. Pollock says, I guess. Ramsay, I enjoy professionalism. Even though I'm being forced to do this with you, I take it seriously. It's a job. Pollock, I take my job seriously. Ramsay, that wasn't the implication I was aiming for. Site 322's problem is that it doesn't place stock in professionalism. Paul is more than willing to shove a real problem into Dr. Qua's desk, while he goes off to contain funny anomalies like children do with Pokemon. Pollock, Ramsay, what? Pollock, just a Ramsay squints at Pollock. Ramsay, remind you of someone? Pollock, Ted was a character. 2 hours redacted for brevity, and then it picks back up. Pollock, it was focused on submolecular studies. I was tasked with creating a way to destroy something efficiently from the atomic level, something 43 wanted to ease their disposal of anomalous material. Ramsay, was it ever finished? Pollock, I placed it on the back burner. Silence. Ramsay. I understand the pressure you're under. Pollock. Meaning what? Ramsay snaps his fingers and the room's security cameras disappear. Only audio is available. Ramsay. Would you say that this has elevated the pressure? Pollock. After a little ellipses. I would. Ramsay. I need you to work with me and I can elevate even more pressure. Alleviate. Sorry, not. Would you say that this has alleviated? My brain misread. And apparently it alleviated pressure. It says, I can alleviate even more pressure. Pollock. The microphone you have on your chest isn't helping much there. Ramsay. For once, someone read my mind. Ramsay powers his microphone off. 30 minutes pass. And then cameras and microphones reactivate. Pollock is lying on the floor crying as Ramsay comforts her. Ramsay nods to one of the cameras before security teams invade the room and remove Pollock. The office layout dissolves, appearing like fading ocean waves as the interrogation chamber comes back into view. Afterward, Dr. Leandra Pollock has admitted to the incidents that led to her arrest. Okay, so that was all that log, and then we pick back up into our original with Ambrose, and Ambrose says, what's wrong with that? So I guess they might have been talking about it, or it's like they shared the memory of it, I don't know. Anyway. Okay, so what's wrong with that? Ramsay, she didn't do it. Ambrose, she didn't do it? Ramsay, I, allegedly, placed the memory of the events in her head, and, she was decommissioned. Ambrose, Jesus Christ, why the hell would you do that? Ramsay, I told you they had it out for her. Ambrose, you were sent in as an interrogator. Your job was to get the truth. Ramsay, that was never my job. My job was to get the answers those at the top wanted. Someone committed this crime, someone covered it up extremely well, and someone needed to take the fall. Else we, all look weak. Ambrose, that's not... Ramsay interrupts. Have you ever been in one of those containment cells? Ambrose, why are you asking me? Ramsay, have you? Ambrose, I haven't. Ramsay, I bet no one employed by the Foundation has spent the same amount in a containment cell as some of the quote-unquote anomalies they have locked in there. Even with the treats they give us to keep us sane, it's draconian. For me, I was in an 8x8 box with a cot I was too big for. What did I get to keep me sane? A cracked television with 3 news channels, 3 crossword puzzle books, human interaction with guards for around 3 minutes total per day, and a record player without any music. All of my requested records were on back order. Ambrose, I didn't know any of this. Ramsay, that wasn't even the worst part. My reality anchor was wired to the same switch that controls my room's light. I begged and pleaded for those poisonous, blinding, buzzing lights to be turned off for just an hour, just 1 hour so I could sleep. They refused out of fear I would break out. Ambrose, I'm sorry, but... And Ramsay interrupts. I wasn't going back in there. There's nothing that would make me go back in there. And we have another interjection here. It says, armed security personnel surround Ramsay, commanding him to lay on the ground with his limbs spread. Ramsay cocks his neck. The security personnel's weapons vanish. The sector is put on lockdown. He looks to a nearby security camera. Ramsay, I'm going to let these men leave. After that, I would like to speak with Director Lake. That's an interesting little snippet. And then back to our current time. Ramsay, he's a softie for anomalies. Luckily for me, we came to an understanding. Ambrose, and you landed here. Ramsay, I did. I was allowed to create a comfortable environment for myself before this albatross was hung around my neck. Ramsay taps its collar. His collar. Thank you very much. Anyway, Ramsay. Now I get shipments of some entertainment every month, restock food every week, and peace and quiet. The stress of being locked away forever is gone. Ambrose, you're still locked away. Ramsay, it's a matter of perspective. This is a house I built with my own mind, made for my comfort and mine alone. You'll have to go back in that car for a few hours, then in that plane for even longer, and then you'll arrive back to that site where you'll work for a minimum of 10 hours before going into your dorm in that same site before waking up the next day and doing it all over again. Ambrose, you can't tell I empathize with you? Ramsey taps his collar again. Ambrose, I've never been happy about what we do with anomalies. It's one of those things you need to be aware of while also knowing that it's wrong. Ramsey, so work within the system without changing it. Ambrose, I tried to explain it, not justify it. Ramsey, you know, for the year I was employed, Ambrose interrupts, integrated. Ramsey, integrated, and the months before when I was just in my cell, I never really met someone who was as outspoken as you were. Ambrose, the main goal of the director of our site is what you're hoping for. Ramsey, it's the same containment in a new form. If you wanted to, you could leave today and go home forever. If I tried that when I was integrated, I'd be locked back up. Paul doesn't care about me or any other anomaly. He cares about the optics. How he's able to make everyone see him as the moral site director. Only he is able to work with anomalies and in turn make them work for the Foundation. The attention you can get from that is astronomical. Ambrose, I don't let my opinions affect the place that puts food on my table. Ramsey, it's good to have morals. You're a diamond in the rough, one could say. Ambrose, I'm another cog in the machine. Ramsey, I told you opinions like that are a rarity. Ambrose, it means nothing. Ramsey, how so? Ambrose, empty words. I still work for them. Means nothing. Ramsey, I don't think so. I think you know it means more than nothing. A lot more. Ambrose, does it? Ramsey, considering the entirety of this conversation, I think this means a lot to you. Ambrose is silent. After a pause, he takes his drink and downs it. He gives himself a heavy pour of bourbon, downing it again. Ramsey, I think this means way more than I can even tell, with or without this collar. We have an insert of a personnel dossier from Site 32, Department of Dimensional Studies, current projects, S in brackets. Kenneth Wilkins and George Ambrose are researching a process for facilitated transdimensional travel. With the Foundation's current abilities, travel into alternate parallel dimensions requires either unmanageable and excessive energy use, or a pre-existing transdimensional way being opened by an anomalous force. We have a photo of researcher Kenneth Wilkins. He's got like a bomber jacket on and a little remote. He's clearly doing a TED talk of some sort. He's got one of the headset mics, glasses, little fluff of hair. And then we go back into the log. SCP Ramsey says, seems interesting, his research, I guess. Ambrose, it is. It was a lot of fun in the beginning. I didn't really know Kenny too well before this. I think we joined the Foundation the same year, but that was about it. It happened that we both had nothing going on and an interest in alternate dimensions. We got on pretty well, all things considered. And it's going to insert another thing. So we're going to be going between Wilkins and Ambrose next. But I'm going to break for redeems. Woo! Let's do kalimba and glass jars. Let's just take our little break. Oh, yes. Kalimba is up first. And I'll pull that back over. There we go. Well, that would be all my wooden sticks splattering on the ground. Well, that's a mess. just gonna do kalimba anyway, because I don't gotta move. It's all on the ground, and that's unfortunate, but I don't gotta use them. So they can sit there for a bit. Oh boy. Oh, and that's gonna be a real oh, goodness. Because they can totally slide under stuff. Oh, I'm gonna be searching. After stream ends, all I'm gonna do is... Turtle, I'm gonna hurt you. You redeemed that one on purpose, didn't you? You did that on purpose! The sticks fell. The sticks that I use for sticks rustle. You did that on purpose. Okay. I am going to go ahead with my next bit of kalimba. Here we go. Oh my gosh. Huzzah, I did it. I may not have proof exactly, but I know I'm right. And I still... Anyway, okay. One more song. Let's do Lullaby again. That one went pretty good. Okay. Considering I now have to collect a bunch of freaking sticks. When I said it's going to take a while, I mean it. Like, there's stuff underneath things, and so I'll have to move all my... Like, big furnitures has to move now. It will actually take me quite a bit of time. So, need to head to bed. Ooh, okay, go eat, Diva. Take care. Sleep well, please. I mightily wish you left earlier so that you got more eeps, but it's okay. It's payback for you always making me eepy when I didn't want a late night game. Well, you would get what you want because I would have to take like a proper break to scatter them all together. I could just grab a few because I never use all of them, but it's like I'm pretending they don't exist right now. This is what's happening. I'm just pretending they don't exist, and then I'll deal with them later when I have to lift big heavy things. I don't want to have to lift the big heavy things right now. I don't want to. I'm not even rolling my chair. That's what I also, because that can break things. Okay, let's do glass jar, tippy taps, and keys. Certainly those are safe for now. Glass jar, tappy taps. Let's go. Let's go. Kalimbo, wait, hold to. Yeah, go. Here we are. Okay. There we go. There's our glass jar, which is actually a candle, so I got that sniff started. She had laundry to do. Supposed to do. Okay, save that. Redeem for next stream. I didn't know how to do it. I'll still do it. Just be a minute. Thanks, Annie. I guess there's reasonable, but I don't think that's enough of an excuse. I don't think that's fair. Okay, keys. We'll do keys and then we'll do the sticks collecting. Okay. Alright. Here we go. Oh, wait. Right there. Alright. And now the Evo sticks. I will be right back while I collect sticks. Because that's what you've done to me. It's okay. I wasn't gonna get rid of it because I wasn't gonna do the big search. I just grabbed all the ones that I could see. So that's that. Now we're back. Sticks. Sticks. Well, it's supposed to be sticks, Russell. So I guess I should do that. There you go. Okay, here we go. Big bang. Oops. Trying to put away the sticks and I bonked something. It's okay. Finally. Repeated bracelet. Lahonk, are you here? Lahonk, please sound off. I bet Lahonk already left. I bet I don't even have to do this. And I'll come back in and he'll whine and complain because I didn't do it yet. Maybe. Fine. Still do it. I have to have integrity. Stupid. Stupid. Okay, here we go. Alright, that was our beaded bracelet. And you say that... You say that you were joking. I know you often say you get the EPs, and I feel honored, so thank you. Brain. I wonder if I can have more where I don't do EP times, but you know... Hey, it's a useful thing. I'll be doing it. I'm fine with that. It's just me. Deal with that. Forcing relaxation on folks. Yeah, I guess so. Violetta is not stinky, Lahonk. You little shit. Stop that. You little shit. Okay. Now we go back to the story. Let's go. Random game fact: if you pirated a copy of a game, Single game you make in your campaign winds up getting pirated. Hmm? I have none idea what this is. Many people outed themselves by complaining online that the game was too hard due to piracy. Oh no! Oops. Hey, but if buying isn't owning, piracy isn't stealing. Now go, be thief. Okay. We jump back in. Right. So, we had just kind of said Ambrose. Yeah, tell him, Violetta. Ambrose is doing a transdimensional travel thing with another researcher, Wilkins. And now we're jumping into a memory. We're jumping into a memory about those two researchers, I guess, now. So let's see what that is. Ambrose had said, we got on pretty well, all things considered. But yeah, okay. If not Violetta, then Raven. Sounds like you're just trying to start a fight. Why you gotta go calling people stinky? You're the Lestoink. Okay. Alright, so here's a little memory. Researcher Wilkins is sitting, watching a report on the Wanderer's library's ways. Researcher Ambrose is seated across the room in their laboratory, scribbling equations on a page. Wilkins. Has anyone seen a way being opened? Ambrose. For the Wanderer's library? Those are thousands of years old. Wilkins. We have a few millennia old people roaming around here. Ambrose. There's no way we get to talk to them, ignoring the fact they're not even at the site. Wilkins moves to Ambrose and gently places his hand on his back, rubbing Ambrose in a circular motion. Ooh? Ooh? Wilkins being comforting? Ooh? Ooh. Wait. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Wilkins says, what's wrong? Ambrose, I'm fucking stressed. What are 3 weeks? Wilkins interrupts. 19 days, technically. He smiles. Ambrose, great. 19 days of jack shit. Wilkins, we have a year. Maybe 2 if we get down on our knees and beg. Ambrose, yeah, I bet we get that. Wilkins, such a downer. I guess I'm the only one enjoying our long, exclusive alone time together. Ambrose, did I imply that? Wilkins, just reading between the lines. Ambrose, you're reading wrong. Wilkins, look, we'll figure something out, some way and somehow. Wilkins kisses Ambrose's cheek and returns to his seat. Ooh-hoo-hoo-hoo. And then Ramsey even calls it out, says, got on well, huh? Ambrose, yeah, we got on well. Oh. Ramsey's. Ooh. Interesting. Okay, you guys got such fun stories sprinkled in. I love my mods. I love my mods. Okay. So we go back, like I said, to the Ramsey and Ambrose interview, and it's Ramsey says, got on well, huh? Ambrose says, yeah, we got on well. Ramsey says, I don't really get surprised, at least before this piece of jewelry was put on me. But I'm always, I guess you could say, intrigued by smart people doing smart things. You can show me a motherboard, explain how it works, explain what it does, and explain how each component helps with that, and I don't understand it fully. But if you asked me how someone came up with that, I'd be at a loss. So how did you figure out transdimensional travel? Ambrose, funnily enough, the answer was in the ways. Then we've got a little thing again, and it's meeting of the Overseer Council, and we've got Wilkins and Ambrose again. Wilkins and Ambrose are presenting their findings to the Overseer Council. Wilkins. Now this oil slick looking thing is a way. As most of you probably know, ways are doorways into the Wanderer's library. While anomalous, ways specifically fall under the umbrella of thaumaturgy, which had led our contemporaries to disregard them as impossible to replicate. Now, with our current findings, we've managed to synthesize the material used to create ways. Ambrose powers a fume hood. A beaker of metallic rainbow-tinted liquid is spilt under the hood. As it sets, it gains its oil-slick appearance. Ambrose: before this presentation, I went ahead and placed an item in the dimension this way leads to. Ambrose reaches into the way, pulling a green apple out of it. And then we go back to the present. Ambrose: it was a convincing presentation, enough to get us more in the budget department and a few junior researchers to work with us. Get us some more in the budget department. Okay, anyway, so they got more money. Cool. Ramsey: couple time was ruined. Ambrose: at this point, I had actually moved out of my dorm and into his place. My sister said it was too fast, but sometimes you just know. And isn't that the way with the queer? You just do. Ramsey: I see. What I don't understand is how you go from what I assume is an empty pocket dimension to trans-dimensional travel. Ambrose: as stupid as it might sound, it's all magic. And another little insert. Meeting of the Overseer Council. Wilkins and Ambrose are presenting their findings to the Overseer Council. Wilkins: on a technical level, the library's ways are programmed to enter into the library and out to the desired location based on a frequency. Every universe emits its own frequency, and each location within that universe has its own frequency all the way down. The trouble is just channeling it. This is something that's like breathing to the librarians, but for us it requires much more tuning and failing before we get something workable. Ambrose retrieves a second beaker of the liquid, takes a brush, and paints a door-sized way on the wall under the fume hood. He takes a blade from his pocket, whispering in an unknown language at it. It radiates a purple glow as Ambrose slices his hand, rubbing the blood on his palm and fingers. He holds his hand near the way, struggling to keep it close. He gasps as 7 glowing purple strands of energy shoot from the cut and attach to the edges of the way. He closes his eyes, and with his other hand he gently pushes, pulls, and twists the strings. Behind the council, a crack in reality begins to form. Oh no. Ambrose pulls the final strand, and a second way appears, shaking the room. Wilkins enters the original way, exiting behind the council. The pair exit the meeting silently. Oh, there's a line and it interrupts and it picks back up. The pair exit the meeting silently, pacing down the hall. Smiles grow on both of their faces. They enter the elevator where they're witnessed celebrating and hugging each other. Wilkins grabs the nape of Ambrose's neck and shouts happily into his face. The pair kiss. And then back to present. Ramsey: that is amazing. Ambrose: it was, but it still wasn't trans-dimensional travel. It was a portal on Earth. Ambrose downs a third glass of bourbon. He pours himself another. Ambrose: we needed trans-dimensional travel. It is, at its core, reasonably easy. Just grab a different main frequency and build from there. Ramsey: the trouble? Ambrose: infinite dimensions, infinite frequencies. It would take me a lifetime to sift through everything available to find just one specific dimension, let alone what the overseers were asking. This was going to be part of their early warning system. They needed nearly exact replicas of our universe. Exact replicas are easy to find. Just tune the frequency up or down a micrometer in or out on that third strand. But near duplicates? They exist. And then Ramsey interrupts, but in an infinite pool. Ambrose: we found one eventually. Just one. Ramsey: I ask again. The trouble? We jump back to Ambrose and Wilkins studying again, or working again. An autonomous drone flies out of the way. Like the way, capital W way. The pair are disheveled, clearly lacking sleep. The light of early sunrise illuminates the room. Ambrose. Looks solid. Ambrose makes note of the frequency. Wilkins. Solid? That looks fucking perfect. Wilkin moves to hug Ambrose, who barely reciprocates. How you keep this energy is beyond me. Wilkins. What's wrong? Ambrose. I'm exhausted. Wilkins. Preach into the choir. Ambrose. I think we should call it here and head home. I'll make a request for a hazmat team to scope the area before anything. Wilkins. Now? Now? Are you crazy? Ambrose. Maybe not fully, but I'm for sure getting there. Wilkins. We have to go in. Ambrose. Are you crazy? Wilkins. A little. I mean, look, when Fleming found... And then Ambrose interrupts. Do not invoke Fleming at me. That's not fair. Wilkins smiles at Ambrose, who attempts to hide his smile behind a hand as he scribbles notes on a pad. Wilkins. When Fleming found penicillin, imagine he waited for a hazmat team before investigating it himself. Ambrose. Technically, he told other people about it before doing anything stupid, like you want to do with this portal. Wilkins. One time, we'll be done after that. Oh, guys, you can just see it. You can just see how this is about to go, right? Yeah? Okay. Ambrose. Look at me. I love you. You know that. But this is work. This is my job, and I take it seriously. Wilkins. You don't think I take this seriously? Ambrose. That's not what I'm saying. This is our job. Our job has standards and procedures that we have to follow, regardless of whatever is going on in our personal life. You can't use my love for you to do something that's wrong. Wilkins. I'll go in. I'm not going to throw this out. Ramsey. He was a hardhead. We're using it in past tense and I don't like it. Ambrose. I wouldn't call it that. He liked risks. I didn't. I don't like that this is in past tense. You break up my heart. This is mean. This is very mean. NURIAKEA, you're doing this to me. Okay. Or who? Maybe it was someone else. I don't remember which one's which. Okay. I will know. Yeah, it is. It's NURIAKEA. Okay. Put that away. Alright, so then we jump back to him again, probably right after what we just did. Ambrose. It's not throwing anything out. Wilkins. We're at the forefront of some of the best research that's ever been done on this topic, and you want the first person to enter a man-made trans-dimensional portal to be some former military no-name? Fuck that. Ambrose. You're out of your fucking mind. Wilkins. We deserve credit. Ambrose. We'll get it. Wilkins. Name one NASA scientist who worked on the Apollo project. Ambrose. You know what? I'll just close it. Wilkins. Don't even dare. Wilkin paces to the way, shoving his hand into it. Wilkins. Look, I'm fine. Ambrose. I'm not watching this. I'll see you at home. Get it the fuck together. And then we go back to the present. Ambrose. And I left. Those were the last words I know he heard from my mouth. Ramsey. He went all the way in? Ambrose. The dimension was an alternate Earth, nearly what we were looking for. The major divergence? The air had a parasitic, microscopic, airborne organism living in it. Billions, if not trillions, of them. Humans, animals, everything evolved to live symbiotically with it. I walked into my lab that morning to the hazmat team I called the night before. They were carting his body out and fumigating the entire sector. Ramsey. Jesus. Ambrose. I told him. I did, I promise. Ambrose downs another glass of bourbon. Ramsey grabs the bottle from him as he attempts to pour it. Ambrose. I promise, I told him. And we pick back up into that past tense. Leg, I guess our director. I understand how you're feeling. Ambrose. No, I really don't think you do. Leg. It's not safe, George. He's not doing well, and it's all happening very fast. Ambrose. Eyes well with tears. Leg. I'm not good at this. I'm really sorry. I can't imagine what you're going through right now. You have to view this objectively, though. He entered untested waters and picked up an entirely unknown sickness. The amount of protection the nurses have to wear is unbelievable. It might kill you if you see him. Ambrose, I need to see him. Leg, I'm really sorry. Ambrose begins to cry. We couldn't at least do a phone call? Okay, fine. Whatever. Ambrose, we were so close to being done. Why did I let this happen? Oh my God, I should have stayed. Why? Why didn't I stay? Leg, you can't blame yourself. Ambrose, please, please, Paul, please let me see him with my own eyes just once. Leg, I can't. I really, really can't. Now back to the present. Ambrose, they wouldn't let me see him. Ramsay, that's very hard. Ambrose, I don't think I've ever wanted anything more. Ramsay, I understand why they wouldn't let you, as cruel as it is. How awful. Ambrose, it wasn't safe, that's all they kept telling me. He was contagious, and he was dying. I wouldn't go to see him then, but they didn't know when that would be. Sorry. I didn't go to see him then, but they didn't know when that would be. Okay. No, wait. What? He was contagious and he was dying. I would get to see him then, so I guess when he was dead or something, but they didn't know when that would be. Ramsay, that's not enough. Ambrose, still, it wasn't safe. And then another flashback. A way opens in Paul Legge's office. Ambrose exits wielding a crowbar. He finds a locked drawer at Legge's desk. Wedging the crowbar, he peels the drawer open and retrieves Legge's spare keycard and a pistol. The present. Ambrose. Legge went home every night around 2 a.m, so that was easy enough. I knew the security guys had a smoke break. I knew this was the direction we were going. All of this is just to get him to confess, isn't it? Ugh, damn it. Okay, so I knew the security guys had a smoke break at 3:15 every night. Kenny and I used to take our breaks with them during those longer nights. It was about 5 minutes, but it was enough time. And then we go to another flashback. Another way is opened in the site surveillance console. Ambrose exits, scanning Legge's credentials and gaining admin privileges on the system. He sifts through camera feeds, eventually finding the medical bay. He locates a room that's marked as occupied but has no surveillance, assuming it houses Wilkins. Ambrose deactivates the medical bay's camera before exiting the console and closing the way. In the present, there weren't any cameras in his room. I don't know why they didn't have cameras in his room. Ramsay, what happened next? Ambrose, I had turned off the rest of the cameras, but I left the keycard, and I guess there was an alert that the cameras were turned off. The site was put on lockdown. I wanted a video of our last time together. I just wanted to be able to see his face. Ambrose's eyes well with tears. Ambrose, we were so busy with work. We never got a picture together. How didn't we get a picture together? How is that possible? Weeks went by without seeing him. I was forgetting his face, his gorgeous smile. I remember the feelings I felt when I saw him. Like the way he laughed when I'd get that twitch in my eye when I was stressed. I just couldn't remember his face. You lose it so fast after being apart for so long. I just wanted something to look at to remember him. Something that was us. Ramsay. Then, Ambrose. I went back to my lab and grabbed a body camera. I just wanted to get a video of us hugging. Immortalized in that way. I wouldn't have to see him again. And then in the past again. Ambrose is breathing heavily, sounding like he's holding back tears. He pulls the final purple strand extending from his hand. He takes a long breath and enters the way, exiting into a medical bay room. Ambrose. Kenny? To the room's far left is a white bed. A sheet covers a mass laid on it. Various medical devices, including IV therapy machines, ventilators, and heart rate monitors, beep and buzz loudly. Kenny, are you there? Ambrose. In the present. It was empty. Nothing was in there to make me believe he was as contagious as I was told. Nothing. Nothing at all. Ramsay, keep going. and again in the past. Ambrose approaches the bed, and removes the sheet. The body is Kenneth Wilkins. He is extremely emaciated, with little to no fat or musculature to see on his body. The skin looks more like cracked, flaking porcelain than flesh, giving Wilkins a doll-like appearance. His eyes are open, unblinking, and tinged green and cloudy. A mass is seen writhing in his stomach. Ambrose falls to the ground, wailing. To the present, Ramsey asks, was he alive? Tears stream down Ambrose's face. Ambrose, I may have laid there for seconds or years crying. I couldn't tell. The only thing that broke me out was an alarm. And back to the flashback. A lockdown alarm sounds in the medical bay. A single security officer enters the room. Security officer, George, exit the room with your hands raised. Ambrose, why does he look like this? Security officer, get out of the room, George. Listen to me. I don't want to hurt you. Ambrose, are you keeping him alive? Security officer, you have 10 seconds to remove yourself from the room. Ambrose, are all of these machines keeping him alive like this? Security officer, George, please. There's more of my team coming, and they're not going to be as nice. Get out of the room. Ambrose, answer my fucking question. Are all these machines keeping him alive? Security officer, it's not our choice. Ambrose, you're keeping him alive like this? Security officer, please leave the room. We'll get you amnestics. Ambrose shoots the guard in the chest, who falls limply to the floor. He paces the room in hysterics, breaking quickly and crying. The body camera is removed and thrown to the ground. He vomits on the floor, then approaches Wilkins' body. Inaudible dialogue is heard. The camera sees Ambrose leaning over Wilkins. He's audibly crying. Another gunshot is heard. Ambrose grabs the body camera and shell casings and exits the room. Ambrose is standing over the sink, gagging, now that we're in the present. Ramsey places a hand on his shoulder. He's crying. Nothing of this says that this wasn't implanted into Ambrose's head. A good deal. I get this feeling that this is not the truth, you know? Okay, so Ambrose, in the present, he's gagging over the sink. Ramsey's got his hand on his shoulder. Ambrose, what did I do? What did I do? Ramsey, you put him out of his misery? Ambrose is silently crying. He breathes deeply. Ambrose, I had to. Ramsey, keep going. Ambrose, I couldn't leave him like that. I couldn't. Ramsey points at Ambrose's face, guiding him to eye contact. Ramsey, look at me. Focus. What next? Ambrose, I had to. I promise I had to. Please, I'm sorry. I had to do it. Ambrose rubs his hands through his hair. Ambrose, I opened another way. I opened the way we had put the apple in during that. Oh, God. Ambrose breaks down. Yeah, all of this has got to just be the confessional bullshit. Ugh. Anyways, okay. Ramsey, focus. Focus on my face. Ambrose. And I grabbed the bed and put Kenny in there with the guard and the camera. I just fucking left them in there in that cold, empty place. Ambrose breaks further, crying into the sink. Ramsey unclips his collar, removing it. Ambrose. What? The walls of the house begin rippling like ocean waves. Ambrose, what's going on? Ambrose sniffles and gags, and Raven was 100% correct. Okay. The facade of the house fades away. An interrogation chamber is revealed. SCP-85961, Ramsey, looks to a security camera and nods at it. Security teams invade the room and remove Ambrose. Leg enters as they leave. Leg. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Ramsey. Thanks. Ramsey hands the collar to Leg. Leg. That was much faster than I thought it would be. Ramsey. I watched maybe 2,000 tapes on this guy. I'd hoped it'd be shorter. Leg. And the story about the researcher you falsely convicted. Chef's kiss. The ethics committee gonna be very happy that we don't have to go on trial here. Ramsey, you hired me for a reason. Scrub that description of me in the prop doc. I don't want anyone reading that. Which description of you? Lake. Consider it done. A month of isolation, and he still wouldn't say a word. Great, great work, Eric. Ramsey. I'll take care of the rest of the paperwork. Ramsey moves to the exit. Lake. Be my guest. Just update the 8596 file. End of log. Jesus. Okay, so then we have a note at the bottom, and it says, the pseudonym of SCP redacted, SCP-85961, has been removed from this document. Any remaining information referencing SCP-85961 should be submitted to Site-322's RACA representative so that it may be deleted from this file. SCP Redacted's faux designation, its addition to this file, and its deletion from this file were approved of by 053. So the true SCP is a different thing. Eric is a different thing. The description that he was integrated and set aside, all of that is all bullshit. Marvelous. Underneath that, we have the true 8596. Okay. Oh, where was that footnote? I never saw that. Where was that? Don't mind me just scrolling all of the way back up looking for this footnote that I swear never happened. Footnote? Do you exist? I don't think you do. That's so weird. Okay. Yeah, as soon as that thing was put in, like, the way this was written and stuff, it feels very much like for them to have been sharing that memory, he implanted it. I was thinking that this was all lies. But at least it was they shared that thought, which would, if he was thinking even for a minute, dude, the collar isn't working. He's using his superpowers. Come on. Anyway, okay, so item 8596, level 3. Confidential. Level 3 is confidential. Containment class neutralized. Special containment procedures not applicable. Description. SCP-8596 was the body of Kenneth Wilkins. Wilkins was originally employed in the Department of Dimensional Studies, tasked with creating an affordable, replicable method of transdimensional travel. After traveling into an alternate Earth designated DS-10226-701, Wilkins was infected with an airborne parasite that quickly ravaged his body. Site-322's medical personnel conferred with the Ethics Committee and Overseer Council, determining that the research potential of this pathogen outweighed allowing Wilkins to pass. As such, his body was kept alive artificially until research was complete, at which time it would be decommissioned. SCP-8596 was neutralized by a rogue member of Site-322's personnel who suffered a mental breakdown. Oh, there it is. How did I forget that? Okay. Mental breakdown following a personal issue related to the SCP-8595 case. Wow. Oh, wow. Could you maybe have not just said what actually happened? But okay. SCP-8596, Wilkins, Kenneth, was shot in the forehead with a pistol, along with the security officer who attempted to arrest him, Benjamin Seymour, with the footnote saying Seymour has posthumously received the Foundation Star Award for his sacrifice during this incident. The corpses, the murder weapon, and miscellaneous pieces of evidence were subsequently hidden in an alternate Earth designated DS-00000011. The rogue agent, George Ambrose, has been interrogated and confessed to the murder of Kenneth Wilkins and Benjamin Seymour. For these offenses, along with breaking and entering, credential theft, unauthorized use of thaumaturgy, misuse of Foundation resources, and participation in an unapproved workplace relationship. Okay, so that one, you can go fuck yourself for adding to the list. George Ambrose has been imprisoned at Site 06 and is awaiting termination. The end. That's so sad. Raven often is. That's the Raven is often correct. Yeah. And Turt says Eve's time. Oh, yes. Oh, I'm feeling it. Oh my goodness. There was 8596 though. Wow. I liked it. That was a good one. That was a lot. That was twisty. It got twisty. Okay. We'll do Singing Frog. Wait. Oh my goodness. No, that was good. We'll do Singing Frog, and then we'll do SCP-408. And, we've got lots of time, but I am super hungry. And I might want to run away early if I can. I'm sorry. So, I think I will read 408 and then wrap up. But here we go with Singing Frog first anyway. So hit me with any other redeems you want to do. Let's do that. Alright, I'll do this. And then... Boop. Okay. Bam. Solution. Get over here, Herbert. Herbert. There we go. Okay. And that was Herbert doing the song of his people. I'm seeing nothing from anybody. I think everybody's asleep. If they're all asleep, they cannot tell me to do things. Yep, we are asleep. I have to run an ad, so you guys might get woken up aggressively. I'm sorry, there's an ad incoming, so... Oops. Here we go. Oh, keys. Okay, we can do keys right after ad. Sorry. Sorry, the ad. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That's just terrible timing. I have ad. There's so many people. Oh my goodness. Get supported, nerd. Well, thank you, Punch Hopper. I appreciate that. And you can't hear me, probably. I will wait slowly for ad. And I will apologize profusely. But, goodness. It's no worries. You say it's no worries. It's fine. You hear me? Okay. 3, 2, 1. Bam. Hi. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No! Not the rage. Oh, that was Pedro. Good. That was close. Thank you for this, for the raid, and I appreciated the get supported nerd very much. That's very fun. Hello, all you critters. Welcome in, critters. I have known your little critter faces for a while because the emotes end up in this chat here and there, and it is fun. But hi, thank you so much. Thank you for giving out the shout out. We needed to do that. But welcome in, and I have to now say all of your names is because that's our thing. And I'm gonna drop a bunch of dancey emotes because that's also the thing. But our tradition is whenever there's a new follower, I say their full name and I do a little dance emote. So first, thank you for the follow, Hayden Ada. Thank you very much. Welcome. And thank you for the follow, Kyber VT. Welcome. Thank you very much. And then thank you and welcome the Canadian Gooses. welcome. We have a different goose. I don't think is Canadian. And now I need to drop a bunch of dancey emotes. Let's start with just my frogs. Very important. The frogs are very important, of course. But then let's do that one. And then I'll do that one. Yeah, there you go. Come on. No, not that one. Oh, goodness. Okay. Alright, there you go. Okay. My lady Era doth order our march to arriveth and assist thine adventures this night. Hearken and steal thine self. Well, thank you, Outlawsium. Okay. I arrange self. Get ordered. Hi, I'm Raven. I am a dear lady. I think you guys have raided in once before, but maybe not all of you were the same peoples. I'm about to do some more redeems. We just did a singing frog, and I'm sorry you came in on an ad. It was required. And then I'm going to do keys and sticks and page ruffling and humming. I don't want to do rage puffing, no, but okay. And then we're going to have one more SCP story for tonight, probably, before I wrap up, because I end at 1, but I might be leaving a little bit early because I'm very, very hungry. But we'll see how long it takes me to get through everything. So here we go. We're going to start with keys, because that is what Turt has requested. And if any of you newbies really want to see something, but you don't have points yet, it's not so hard. We'll do. You said 408? Yes, I said 408, which is someone that we have had in our stream, SCP-408. So I've been wanting to read this one for them, but I have not seen them. But maybe they'll watch the VOD. Anyway, okay, so keys time. Here we go. Oh yes, I meant to say, I'm sorry. I was distracted because of the ad and the thing. Yes, go look after yourself, Arabella, go take care of self. Go eat, go rest, go. You're okay. It's all good. Thank you for sharing your peoples. Thank you very much. Okay, I go back. Okay, there is our keys. And now we're gonna do sticks, Russell. Okay. Okay, there is our sticks. Now we're going to do page ruffling before we do humming, and then a little silly one. Here we go. Okay, so I'll start with the little book, stiff pages, and then we'll do the big book. Oh, that mic is moving on me. There you go. Now the big fluffy book. Best part of that to redeem is that I get to smell the book as I fluff it into the mic. All the book smell goes into my face. Ha ha ha. Okay. And then it's humming before our silly little rage puffing, which we'll explain later. We'll have somebody put up the command to explain that silliness. But humming first. Here we go. Okay. Is the honk here? I hope the honk's here for this. Yes, the honk is your goose song. It's your goose song. Okay, please do a little one more. Sure. Oh my gosh, my brain. Where did it go? That was a bit of a remix, but whatever. I just kind of went for it. Okay, and our last one before I start the next story. Let's get the rage puffing explanation somewhere, please. Because our new friends will not know what the heck I'm doing. But I am raging. Someone will explain. I trust. Okay. Oh boy. So yeah, there's that. And very few of the readers will remain at this point. Okay, let's jump on and back to story time. Please. Oh, goodness. Okay. SCP-408. After our SCP-408 friend. Oh, 8. Here we go. I got that. No, I didn't. There I did. Haha! I did it now. Okay. SCP-408. Item number SCP-408. Object class safe. Special containment procedures. The screen mesh aviary must be kept properly maintained by level 2 personnel with backgrounds in biology or lepidoptery. Ooh. Proper humidity must be maintained and recorded once per day and backed up to Site 17. 200 feeders filled with an aqueous sugar solution are to be maintained and refilled once per week. Description. SCP-408 is a large mass of Lepidoptera taking the appearance of zebra butterflies when not camouflaged. SCP-408 acts as a single entity at all times, speculated to be a form of hive mind communication amongst the mass. When inactive, SCP-408 will take on the color, pattern, and even texture of its immediate surroundings, making them functionally invisible. When threatened, SCP-408 has been observed to take on the form and appearance of a number of threatening creatures as a defense method, including a pride of lions, a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and most notably SCP-682. See Incident Log 682-C. SCP-408 possesses the ability to communicate and reason, utilizing its ability to manipulate its color into words and sentences to reply to researchers. IQ tests administered to SCP-408 have evaluated its IQ to be 109 or slightly above average. I think what they mean is slightly above average human intelligence. I think that's what they mean, I think. Anyway, however, when a part of the swarm is isolated, lower scores have been reported, resulting in a theory that SCP-408 shares its cognitive capacity amongst the entirety of the swarm. They don't share one brain cell, but they do share brain cells. As of a redacted date, SCP-408 prefers to be identified by its SCP number. Weird. Okay. SCP-408 was discovered in redacted Brazil after reports that locals and logging teams found their maps to be frequently inaccurate regarding the size of the rainforest. After reports of animal sightings not local to either the Brazilian rainforest and some not found on Earth at all, Foundation agents began an investigation resulting in the discovery of SCP-408. After learning it was intelligent, Dr. Redacted, who accompanied the agents in the field, communicated with SCP-408 and convinced it to accompany him to Site 17, where their current habitat exists. Addendum 408-A. Regarding SCP-408's knowledge of SCP-682, an investigation is underway regarding this leak of information. Incident 408-A. Due to a failure by appropriate personnel to properly refill 408's feeders, the swarm took it upon itself to find sustenance by its own means. Taking the appearance of several Level 1 personnel, SCP-408 convinced a passerby to open the door to the aviary, upon which they made an escape into the Site 17 facility. For the whole of the day, Site 17 personnel reported an alarming series of irregular events, ranging from color-changing walls to several dozen versions of SCP-529, which I don't remember which one that is, but I'm not going to click right now, walking down a hallway. Site 17 was placed on lockdown and Delta level alert when it appeared that 90% of the containment units had been breached. Dr. Kondraki, head of research for 408, had been out on assignment that day, and it wasn't until his return that the illusion had been revealed, and in short order the SCP-408 was returned to its aviary. Little damage was done, except to the faculty break room, which was left without proper sweeteners for the next week. They just went after the sugar? Sounds good, bro. Okay. Note, it may be just sugar water, but without it, 408 is prone to mischief, as we clearly saw yesterday. It's fortunate that it doesn't act maliciously, but think about others next time you slack off custodial duties. Yes, 529 is the one I don't know. That was one of the things it pretended to be. Think about others next time you slack off custodial duties. Think about yourself as well, as I will not tolerate having to use Sweet and Low in my morning coffee for very long. That's a quote from Dr. Kondraki. That's the half car. Oh, they pretended half cat. Half cat. Good. Yes, I was like, half car, I don't know. But half cat. Yes. The ghost kitty. Where the other end of its body is a ghost. Okay. Addendum 408B. Recent field testing has shown that SCP-408 can act as an effective form of active invisibility when ordered to. SCP-408 was able to conceal 5 Level 2 personnel and keep them undetected throughout the facility. Tests show the concealment to operate at 99.997% efficiency and can be maintained for up to 5 hours without the need for rest or recuperation. The operation of lending SCP-408 to task forces for covert operations is pending approval. Addendum 408C. During Incident 239B, Clef Kondraki, which SCP-408 was heavily involved in, a number of corpses left by Dr. Clef vanished in the aftermath of the event. Surveillance showed that at certain times the entire swarm of SCP-408 would descend on the body, only to leave no trace of the corpse behind. Subsequent testing shows a proportional increase in IQ, although a lack of cooperation when questioned has shed no light on this development. Ooh, what the heck happened? Interview log 408C. Interviewer Dr. Redacted Saghai. Interviewee SCP-408. Dr. Saghai is seated in the aviary while SCP-408 hovers around a large feeding trough. There you go, brain. A large feeding trough filled with sugar water. And normally I would give the SCP a different name because usually they don't like it, but it has indicated that it prefers this name, so I will refer to the collective as that. Dr. Saghai, I'll start off with asking how you're recovering. You seem to have lost quite a bit of your mass after the SCP-531-D termination. SCP-408 responds by uniformly creating words one after the other. SCP-408, Kondraki, where? Dr. Saghai, I'm his substitute for the interview, as he happens to be busy adjusting to his new promotion. Lots of paperwork, I'm told. A moment goes by. SCP-408, fine. Recover, good. Food, good. Dr. Saghai, how exactly do you replenish your numbers? SCP-408, it just says COMPL, another pause, and then icated. Don't know word. Dr. Saghai, was Dr. Kondraki the one who taught you to speak? 408, yes, teach a lot. Dr. Saghai, he taught you, but how do you communicate with him? 408, don't know word, lost in space. Saghai, you lost the part that knew? 408, yes, I forget until return. Dr. Saghai, next question then, what happened with SCP-091-ARC and you during the incident a few months ago? 408, pretty smell, familiar, long time. Saghai, you mean you'd smelled it before? 408, yes, before, long, before people. Yes, before, long before people. Sorry. Saghai, are you saying you predate human existence? No response from SCP-408. Saghai, never mind. Doesn't matter. Last question. Dr. Saghai closes the interview questionnaire and sets it onto the ground. Saghai, what is the nature of your relationship with Dr. Kondraki? 408. He think right. He right. Saghai, that's not what I meant. Logs show that you're with him out of containment almost all of the time now. Dr. Kondraki has been breaching protocol by letting you out of containment. 408. I don't know what. And then I think was interrupted by Saghai continuing. You're going to admit this to me so I can bring it before oversight. Do you know what I was doing before that schmuck snatched me up as an assistant? I was head of research for the entire subhuman safe SCP sector. Now I'm interviewing a damn insect. I will have him thrown out. Oversight won't let him get away with this. SCP-408 proceeds to approximate a laugh, as described in the log as a characterized face displayed by SCP-408. So gave a little emoji, I guess, of some sort, kind of effectively. Saghai, are you laughing at me? I'm about to have your little friend terminated, and you're having a chuckle? SCP-408 shifts to display a new image, which was presumed to be a live feed of Dr. Kondraki in his new office. Saghai, no, that's not possible. I read the damn logs. You can't do that. You can't do that. Dr. Saghai attempts to damage SCP-408. Guards later found Dr. Saghai huddled in a fetal position, displaying symptoms similar to post-traumatic stress syndrome. And that's the end. That's the end of what 408 has to offer us. That sounds very ominous, and I want to know more, and I want to know all of it. There's a bunch of links on this one, so I could eventually read the other things and learn. But anyway, that is me wrapping this up, though, because I'm so freaking hungry. And I still have to move big furniture to check for the wooden sticks I spilled. Because they're just flat, thin enough to get under stuff. Ugh. But anyway, okay. Let's go ahead and wrap up for the night. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for new followers. Thank you to Nani for the sub. Thank you for the raid. And I'm gonna say, I'm gonna try and do a short stream tomorrow. I'm gonna try. Thank you for the dances, Canadian Gooses. Thank you. Good luck getting all the sticks. Thank you. I will need it. I will try and do a short stream tomorrow, but we're gonna see how that works. I cannot make any promises. And hopefully that gets sorted, and that goes well. If we do something, it'll probably be creepypastas, because that's next in my little back and forth. I don't know. We'll see. Or maybe I'll just do the one story. No, that one looked so long. I don't know. Okay. Before you go, can I get a bit of advice? I would say I am very much not good at the advices. I'm just not well versed. I don't really know much. I don't know if I would be able to be very helpful. Honestly, my mods might be more helpful. Maybe the Discord, but I don't exactly want to open things up for, like, how do I do this? Because, like, again, this is just, yeah. Anyway, I'll try to stream tomorrow. If not, I'll definitely be back Sunday. I'm gonna fight people if they stop me from Sunday. And if I have to stop me from Sunday stream because I am ill, I'm going to be mad at myself. But okay, there you go. We'll see you soon. More Spooktober continues. All of the spooky stories consistently. Where are we gonna raid to, Fet? What have you got for us? Wee! Thank you for the watching. Wow, wow, wow. Okay. Ooh, okay. Glitchica. Fun name. Alright. Let's get that. Copy. Spell my narration skills. Oh, I definitely have lots of flaws. That's all my little and just go back moments. I guess the best suggestion there is just lean into it. Just do it. just Just go for it and stumble if you might, but then just keep moving. When you get really stumbly, you just gotta keep going. Don't let yourself get too hung up if you can. Come on, Dingy. Being very slow. Okay. Glitch. What a freaking name. I'm excited. Okay. We're gonna raid over. It's gonna be fun. I'm excited. And then I'm gonna get food. And that's what I'm more excited about it. Food would be very nice. I would like that a lot. Okay. I'll see you guys maybe, hopefully tomorrow. If not, Sunday at least. Yeah. Alright. Stretch. Okay. Let's go! Raiding. Obsidian raids. Okay.